Starting up. Whoa, her name card is here already. How's it going? How is my my music to voice ratio? And trying to get my noise gate just right so that you can hear me when I talk, but you can't hear my computer fan buzzing the whole time. What's up, dude? So, yep, I'm just getting into the saddle, getting ready to do the thing and stuff. Today I'm going to be drawing Landon Ford, who is a photographer, journalist, and illustrator. How's my volume? Am I good? Is the music too loud? This is egg peeling music. So also got a little neat little reference of a old-timey photographer with their old-timey like glass plate camera. And I think I'm gonna start with the camera. Sounds good to you? Awesome, thank you, Lindsay. Hello, Lindsay. It's so weird. It's so weird that like there's such a lag. Like you didn't show up in my viewers list until like well after you wrote "sounds good to me." Weird bots. Bots. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new folder, call this camera. I think I'm gonna draw the camera first. Then work the photographer around that. All these different styles of like old school tripods and stuff. Your computer? Nah, I'm sure that the lag is probably just that it has to go from you to Twitch, from Twitch back to Uncart on my computer. So, I mean, there's there's a little bit of a thing there. Alright, so let's see. I'm gonna just make a poll. Make a poll. Make a poll. Jayel Draco making polls again. Look at that. Nice little poll. Yeah. And Nightbot is still not giving in to Drunkbot's attempts at grabacity. Nightbot is just like, denied! Ooh! Okay, so I'm not gonna actually like follow my reference exact, because I don't want this to look like anyone else's camera that has existed in real life. It's important to me that this is unique. It's important to the story, I think. Oh, you know what? I'll tell you what. I gotta make these opaque. I mean, it's cool how drunk bot you waste no time. There's a difference between you doming and being mean. It's irresponsible, drunk bot. Love your sub, man. You know what would make this salad better? A peeled egg. Yep. Well, this is egg peeling music. This is the music to peel eggs to, as I've been told. What's up, Lindsay G? Everybody's here. Well, everybody who counts is here. No, I'm just kidding. Where am I? Oh, other people will be here. They'll be here soon. They're just doing their things, peeling their eggs and whatever else, like humans do. Okay, let's get some crossbars going on here.
And row, neighbor the western horn, would you address my queen, O be Maria?
Never shall you have Maria's hand. I would die before that day comes.
Then with you.
Yeah, you guys are pretty much the best. It's pretty factual. Anyone who's like, they're not the best, is just really sad and jealous, and that's all. These people are doo-doos. If they even exist, I'm not sure that they do. Doo-doos! I'll punch their heads! They're doo-doo heads! No, no punching doo-doo heads. Your hand will get all dirty. Ick. Eek.
This day is yours, Draco. Curse you, should you let Maria go.
Peace then, for you had my word. With me she know nothing of
It would hurt my hand too. Aw. Guys, you don't need to hurt your hands. It's okay. I'll just tell them to stop and they'll listen. I think. I mean, I don't really know, but I'll try. Oh, they might listen? Get some food! Eating and watching streams is the best. It's good for your digestion and stuff. It's like, watching popcorn at the movies, you know? Camera. Okay, I'm gonna put these in a folder called Tripod Stand Leg. Tripod leg. Leg. So many G's, Mr. G. I will need to go searching for things. Search the things. Get it. Oh yeah, Lindsay, you're eating now, right? The one thing is, I don't want them to be like exact, because I want it to look like he's on, you know, like uneven ground, and he didn't like, this isn't an orthographic photo of his camera, this is him taking a photo of himself in a mirror. So, kind of like the original selfie. Old Western selfie. Alright, that looks groovy. Swing these out a little further. This tripod look like it's a stable outdoor tripod for a large glass plate camera. Salad. Salad. So yeah, if anyone is, because you know I do post on Twitter and on Facebook that I'm going to be streaming, and it does embed sometimes a little like preview of the stream in Twitter or in Facebook. If anyone is watching this through Twitter or through Facebook right now, I strongly suggest that you actually follow the link to my Twitch page, because then you can see the chat that's on the side. So when I'm responding to people that are chatting with me, A, you'll know what I'm responding to, and B, if you log in, and it's totally free, you can set up an account and log in seconds, and it's completely free, you can log in with Facebook if you want, then you'll be able to join in the chat. Eggman! Who the fuck knows how to work Twitter? I wonder that all the time. I actually, so I don't even like tweet. I have my Facebook connected to my Twitter. So whatever like I put on Facebook just automatically tweets out to Twitter. But yeah, I don't know. Apparently like there are plenty of people that like exclusively use Twitter. I don't know. Crazy. It's like some kind of weird computer voodoo. Something. I don't know. I guess the next question is how large of a base? Nah, I think that's a good base. So let's see. Make some kind of like platform under here for the camera to sit on. Borrow more of these. Copies and copies. And groups. I call this tripod. Dance, magic dance, magic dance, magic dance. Turn that off. Boop. You remind me of the babe. What babe? The babe with power. What power? The power of voodoo. Hoodoo, you do what? Remind me of the babe. Like that? Is that what you were getting at? I know it. Yep, layers and layers and nested layers. Look, I'm just starting and I already have this many layers. I'm like going right into the danger zone with my layers palette. I took the highway there. Is Jayel trying to make jokes? Make him stop. Twitter is a mystery. The mystery of Twitter. I'm not saying Twitter doesn't have its place, I'm just saying I don't know what the heck that place is. And it freaks me out. Kidding, no offense to anyone out there who might be watching who actually really loves Twitter. It's totally cool, I don't hold it against you. I think it's awesome that you do the thing that I don't do, and I'm probably just jealous. I quit using it because I'm not into that weird number and text speech. I can't computer shorthand. Oh yeah, it's Twitter. You have like what? Lana! Lana! Hey Lana! What? Danger zone. That's good. It's good stuff. Lana! I'm hoping that most of what I'm doing is just like building this structure, and hopefully I'm thinking that a lot of it just will be obscured by the camera sitting on it. So if it looks incredibly cheesy for now, I'm hoping that that is totally fine, and the end result will somehow magically look like a thing. It's a mystery. I don't know how, it just will. something danger zone? AMD, it's K-Log. AMD. My processor's an AMD. I feel like that's not what the cool kids are doing now. K-Log sounds like some weird sex drug crossover. Whoa. Tell me about it. No, really, tell me about it. I want to know. Seriously, people, are we still not using phrasing anymore? Or awesome, right? No shame. Okay, so now I've got this tripod-ish. You know, I'll probably continue to futz with it, but I gotta get started on this damn camera. It goes atop the tripod. Now basically these cameras, right, they're all like just weird boxy things, and they make them fancy with like giving them inlays and whatnot. A lot of like just fine crafted mitered woodwork. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm procrastinating by writing inappropriate things in your chat. I apologize. Oh, whoa, topping my tripod? That is inappropriate, Lindsay G. But seriously. Should write your article. Should do it. Yes, everyone should always be signed in when viewing the Twitch stream. Helps. Anyone viewing who is not signed in, no, just sign in here. I see the whispers, but I can't whisper back because I'm streaming. Clog topping. Whoa. Whoa. There'll be no clog topping in this chat. There will be none of that, sir. None of that. Not unless you have a permit. Do you have a permit for clog topping? Sounds like the chili dog maneuver. I'm scared of all these things that I don't understand. All these things I don't understand, they scare me. Alright, so I'm gonna save these so I can keep those effects. Then I'm going to copy that folder, merge it, and then I'm going to copy that and make a smaller version of it inside of itself. Woo! You started it, Lindsay. You did. You totally did. That can only be gross no matter what it entails. Dick! Bro! How are you? Some people's children? Don't know what it means, but I'm sure it isn't good. Doing well, thanks. How are we all tonight? Good, you know, just getting started. There's already some wild banter happening in chat. Yeah. I think we're off to a good start. How's your day been so far? Good? Good, I hope. Today's bad idea, taking a book that is 90% done and re-thumbnailing the last 12 pages to change the story. Ouch. Ouch. But, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. And if that's what you gotta do, well, my hat's off to you, Pink. I mean, if I had a hat, it would be off too. It's never a good thing. Yeah. I mean, it can be a good thing if it leads to, like, you know, if you end up getting something way better than it was, and it's gotta be, you know. But yeah, it could definitely be a bummer. 2 pages shorter. Okay. Inappropriate is in the eye of the beholder. Well... as long as you're not opening a can of worms, that's gonna deteriorate everything. Everything! What the hey? There we go. What the hey? So, I'm building a camera. See how this goes. An experiment. Yeah, I know, I'm drawing with my mouse like a weirdo again. It's just kind of a thing that I do. I don't know why. Inappropriate. Ham poofy for the win. Totally. Dude, inappropriate. Sugar Man! Evening, sir. How's it going? You just get out of work? So, for everyone else in chat, this book that I'm working on now is Foreign Horses. And it's about a journalist who I'm going to be illustrating in this image. This is his camera. And Just a Trigger Man is here in the chat. He is the writer of this book. So everyone, say hi to Just a Trigger Man. Rice needs NATO and raw eggs, IMO. The Mister disagrees violently. What is NATO? I mean, I totally dig raw eggs and rice. Dinner toppings can be so divisive. Wobbling the Goblin, how's it going? Yes, I did. I can show you that now. Pull this up. So this is Mickey Cobb. And you can see the what would you call it? It's like a, I guess it's just the cloud and smoke plume from Mount Erebrex, which is a volcano on a nearby continent in the background. And just the huge plume of smoke is visible from very, very far away. You wouldn't really see the volcano though, it's like too small. Fermented soybeans. Oh, it's kind of gross and super delicious. Cab is looking drunk and sinister. Yep. That old Mickey Cab. Hey, that old Mickey Cab. He's got his there. Only one thing I enjoy about the rewrite is I get to be informed by the design process. Mickey has gotten older since Jayel started drawing him. Very nice. Glad to see the finished piece. Thank you, Woblin. Yeah, Triggerman. So, whether or not he's really that old, I just figure, like, you know, he's been drinking seriously caustic rot gut and, you know, eating horrible food and just, you know, living like a villain and, you know, just not in the best repair. Probably not that hygienical, too. I mean, I don't know how old he actually is, but I was just making him grungy. Got his fancy bottle of caustic rot gut, TM. So now I am starting on Landon Ford. I'll show you guys Mr. Vargas's sketch of Landon Ford, and I'm going to be drawing him, illustrating him with his camera as if he took a selfie, probably just in a big mirror or whatever. Eat the crap out of some natto. Is it natto or NATO? Natto? Natto. He looks satisfied that chaos is in full swing. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's totally a chaos monger. Triggerman likes it. Awesome, thanks. Yeah, thanks for coming back, everybody. I really appreciate, you know, like, looking in the chat and seeing familiar names. It really is awesome. We've got a good crew here. I'm always glad when, like, you know, people I like come back and people that are kind of trollish just don't. I'm like, cool, maybe I'm doing something not wrong. So I have a lot of reference pictures of like various old school cameras, and you know, some of them were literally just like wooden boxes with a hole in the front and then like something to cover the hole and a lens in there, and then you just like slide a glass plate into the back and that's it. And some of them were like very elaborate, like, you know, had the accordion style, like, you know, focus adjuster, and you know, could collapse for travel and whatever. So I'm just, you know, kind of playing around with this. I'm not exactly sure, like, what it should be. So I'm just gonna kind of feel it out, you know? Feeling it out. That's what I'm doing. Natto. The new character is like, someday these photos are gonna be in a book, right? That style onto this. You've never made a box camera? It can be literally a box, a pinhole, a piece of tape to cover the hole. Yep, Western Japanese cuisine. I love pinhole cameras. I would totally use one on the regular if I had anywhere for a darkroom. Yeah, and all the chemicals that go along with it, right? Especially if you're doing like glass plate pinhole photography. It's like so awesome, but so seriously crazy. It's just such a like mega commitment, which is, you know, again, that's amazing for like people that can do that. Oh, okay. Paste layer style, blah blah blah. Here we're going to Control T, control all the T's. Celluloid negatives. Yeah, I did that once in, I think it was in high school. I took a photography class where we did like, Ravenwood, hi! How are you? Turn my closet into one. It's a long closet. Maybe I can split it in half. Half clothes, half... You have like clothes hanging over here and like photos hanging over here. We need running water. Let's try giving this a bevel. And we'll take that bevel and send it straight to her. No, round it out a lot. Woo! Take that multiply on the bevel and make it brown. Make it brown. Would do. Could do, yeah. Then we'll rasterize those layer styles and then repaste that stroke over them. Want to get that darker so it shows up better. So maybe the thing is to make it a multiply and then just turn down the opacity a little bit. A little bit. Can I just use a bucket and a pan? Yeah, I don't know enough about this whole process. It's been a long time since I've done any, like, old school photography, but... I mean, then you'd have to carry a bucket and a pan of all that stuff, like... wherever. I don't know. To, like, rinse things off, and... Seriously, though, chemicals. Seriously bad for you chemicals. Although, really fun. Very cool process. I don't know, gotta weigh the pros and the cons there. So I imagine, right, he's going to be centering himself in this mirror selfie. So... the camera's going to be off to one side, so it'll have to be on a slight angle. That might not even be enough to be visible, but I don't want to push it too far. Take this stuff and make it a little darker. A good color overlay. Get a multiply on the opacity a bit. It could be cool if it's dark, like make the other one not quite as dark. Alright. Who really controls the camera of the universe, man? This piece is so abstract right now. Yeah, I know. You have to rinse the developer in running water. Right, I knew it was something like that. So, okay. Yeah, this is kind of coming out a bit abstract, huh? Think, though? Think comfortable in saying that's all part of the plan. I think I have a plan. I don't know. Yeah, this is all very, like, mechanical right now as I'm just getting started, but, soon I'll be illustrating with the wacom, and I'll be drawing a person, and it'll feel more like artwork, less like a weird job or something, I don't know. I'm still having fun. I just don't know how interesting it is for you guys at this point. Ventilation with darkroom chemicals? Yeah. Simple shower setup. In your closet? In half of your closet? Wow. Wowzer. Bit to that. And paste that. And change the angle. Drag it out a little bit. I'm gonna do the same thing on this guy. Copy that layer style onto here. Yeah. Now you got me wondering if I should consider making a pinhole camera. My brother-in-law made one that he used to bring everywhere with him and take really awesome photos, like, you know, do like landscapes and stuff, and it was really cool. I think. See. Might also do a bit of an outline around that just to make it a bit more solid. In Montana, you won't have a tough time finding beautiful scenery. That is true. For sure. Soften some of these miters here. Alright. Effect Slayer, okay. Toolsies. How big his plate would be. Maybe it might actually be like 8.5 by 11, so maybe I should draw an extension behind this. That might be groovy. Might be the thing. Let's do the thing. I wonder if I pause the stream, you would lose me as a viewer. I'm not sure. I might. I don't really know. But you can also mute the stream. But I mean, you could pause it and see what happens. I'll let you know when you come back. I know a lot of times, like if I'm lurking and then I go to do like something else while someone's streaming, I usually just mute it. But I'm not exactly sure what the pause function does. Viewer count doesn't always keep up on the chat very well anyway, that's true. Okay, gonna pause for 3 minutes starting now. Well, as of now, you're still in my viewers list, so... Oh, not what I meant to do. Multiply, there we go. Okay. Try this, but I'm gonna try it over everything else for a second. Or, I got it. Just turn everything else off for a second. I'm gonna bust out my wacom. Wacom! Yeah, so I don't really know much about things. I may not know much. Where's my... I'm not plugged in! Alright. Some helpful advice to everyone out there. When using a Wacom tablet, helps to plug it in. put that out there. We're back. Yeah, I didn't seem to notice a change in the view thingy, so I don't really know. I don't know what that's all about. But I'm glad you're back. I'm glad. Alright. Here. I'm going to try and have this camera finished before I take my first break, and then when I come back I'll start drawing Landon Ford, the Rallysport journalist. Good old Landon Ford. Alright. Let's see. Let's go. The photographer, his name is Landon Ford. Landon Ford. Fortunately, the best fictional old-timey journalist name, Jack London, was actually a real guy. Yeah, it's true, but I like Landon Ford. Feels good to me. I think it's a good feeling name, this cat. This is such an old Westy name. Yeah, that is such an old Westy name. What, Landon Ford or Jack London? I think both of them are, for sure. I do not feel bad about him being named Landon Ford as a consolation name. I think it's great. Landon feels a little dorkier than Jack. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, actually. I feel like this guy... You don't want him to sound too... Like, gritty tough, I think. You know, to me, anyway. Like, I think he feels more like a, I should pause Syncing paused. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Most of him is going to be behind this camera, except for his hand will overlap a little. So I'm just going to draw him behind, and then I'll put a layer mask over the hand. We'll see. It'll be good. It'll be good. That actually, though. Heck. Be on that slight angle where it's gonna hit the dead center and bounce back. That is too much of an angle. Almost imperceptible. There we go. Guys, I was lucky enough to get first dibs on a leather chair on Craigslist. It looks pretty good too. Apparently, the elderly wife I spoke with her had her husband pass a year ago and it was his chair. It's going to be my reading chair. Wow. Good find. It's awesome that the chair, which, you know, probably has like sentimental value, but might also be like, you know. Yeah, I don't know. That just gave me a whole bunch of thoughts and feels, but that's cool. That's awesome. You know, like when an item is special to someone and they pass away, then, you know, that item continuing to be special, I don't know, it feels like it has, like, some kind of, like, item-y triumph, you know? I think there's a multiply for now so that I can see through it. No, that's not gonna work. It's gonna be too dark. You know what? It shouldn't matter. I don't need to see through it. I know what I'm doing. Call this... Sketch! So sketchy! Is my voice cutting in and out now? No, right? I think I adjusted my noise gate so that it's got a pretty wide berth. Although now the downside is you might be hearing more of my computer fan every time I talk. My name card! It's free too. Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna take good care of it. Be creepy. Make peace with old dude's ghost. Leave him offerings of scotch and pipe tobacco. Yes. Welcome back. Sound great? Okay, cool. Awesome, really? Thanks. Freaking battling with this, with the sound settings and everything for what just feels like, I don't know, it just feels like forever. Like since I've started streaming. Which was, I guess, not too long ago. I don't really know how long I've been streaming for. I mean, not tonight, but in general. Now I have to do that, otherwise I will be haunted. I decided to just eat dinner. Oh, I wish I did. Oh, did you have you have 2 turntables and a microphone? Right, because he's Beck. I'm back. Turntables and a microphone. Where's that? Alright, so... gonna imagine this guy is got one hand here. Alright, his chest would be 3/4. Now we're getting into the really loose sketching part of it, which is always a little weird. For a while I used to only like do my sketch parts like off stream, and then like on stream do like my finishing parts, because like it's embarrassing, you know, like when you first start drawing something and it looks like a potato that's been left in the sun too long, and you're like, no, I swear that's gonna look like an arm. Just weird. Arm potato, why did I leave you in the sun? Kept reminding myself to go check on you and I just kept putting it off. Right after I'm done with this next chip, I'll go out and check on you, arm potato. And then I came out and you were just like a soggy blob. Poor arm potato, ruined forever. Do any of you people use Spotify? No, I use radio.com and YouTube. Yeah, I use YouTube as well. Sometimes I use Spotify when they're offering like 3 months of premium for free. I jump on it. I feel like it can be a waste of resources sometimes, like just for music. Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Back arm. E. Whoa. Control your Z. Heard bad things about how little they pay artists, yeah. But that's a good plan. Like, wait for a deal and then try it. I feel like that's always a good plan with, like, anything, you know? Like, I mean, it sucks when you, like, buy something and then hate it, and then, like, have to, like, wait for your next, like, billing cycle to, like, cancel it or something, you know? This is all just going to be loose sketching. Then when I get it to where I like it, I will redraw it on another layer, but for now I'm just trying to like get the basic proportions right, so it's going to look a bit cartoony. It's all part of the process. Might have to make these tripod legs a little bigger, I think. which means I'll have to make the rest of the image smaller to fit on the page because I want to show as much as possible in this composition. Ah, what did I do? Doing things and I don't even know how. Take all of this. Scale it in a bit. Like the thing is, a lot of music I like isn't made anymore, so there's no one to pay. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, it really all depends. Like old-timey music from the 30s, awesome. Yep. Yeah, that's why I use YouTube, mainly because you can find a lot of strange things on there, soundtracks, etc. Yep. But something new comes out, I just have to have, I would buy it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, it's always a good thing to, like, support artists, right? Like, I mean, if you like something that someone's doing, you want to see more of it, and the only way you're gonna see more of it is if they can pay the rent making it. I always feel like when there's someone I really, you know, if I really like someone's music enough to want to listen to it, like, I'm gonna buy it. It's just so easy, like, in the times that we're in, to just, I don't know, like, take it for granted that it's an option not to, and so therefore don't. But because of it, then you have a lot of, like, music being made cheaper and cheaper, and just crappier and crappier and worse production, and, you know, like, not as many people can, like, have a music career, so there's just the less new and good different things going on. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've had, you know, a couple of musicians, like, explain it to me like that, and I was like, oh, that's a good point. I mean, I'm definitely not preaching or, like, telling anyone else what to do. I'm just, because it's a conversation, I'm sharing my views, which anyone who's hung around on my chat long enough knows that it's something I invariably end up doing. Like, when there's a topic floating around, I'll jump on it and say the things and stuff. Did I just stop writing? What's going on here? Am I in the wrong layer? What? What? Oh, duh. I've tapped the X key on accident, which switches foreground and background color. Which means I was just drawing nonsense. Nonsense! Like scribbling to see if my pen was working. It was working, just not where I wanted it to. Okay. Triggerman, are you still around? Might be off and doing something. Some kind of thing. Like food getting. Perhaps he got distracted by a cat. Abstraction, I like to call it. Man, I feel like I just killed the chat. Like I started talking and everyone just like quieted down. Dude, Jayel, so I was like looking at more Photoshop stuff about no linear workflow, non-linear workflow. Huh. I like jumping around and stuff as opposed to like doing things in a specific order, or I don't really know exactly what a non-linear workflow in Photoshop would be. But I'm intrigued. No, I was hoping to be the first one in line to get this brother all-in-one scanner printer fax emailed him for hours and he just now took the ad down. Ah. Yeah, I had one of those brother scanner printer all-in-one fax. Weirdly, like, who uses a fax machine? I don't know, I guess maybe some businesses like have to fax things. I don't know why, that's like a really weird thing. But like, then you have to have a landline to hook it up to, right? So I just like never used the fax machine. And unfortunately, because the scanner was built into the printer, it was kind of a small scanner. So like for me, it just didn't cut it, like 'cause I need to be able to scan my 11x17s. And I also need to be able to print my 11x17s. As I found out, I could get an 11x17 scanner and then separately get an 11x17 printer for almost the same price as an 8.5x11 printer scanner copier. So when my printer scanner copier finally started like, you know, showing its wear, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do this. I mean, it was a little bit more expensive, the large, you know, tabloid scanner and tabloid printer, but not much. It was like, I think it was like $50 more, something. And I think it's also because I like found it on a good deal. Like some company was just having a sale, and I happened to find it, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. But I mean, it depends on what you need it for. Like, for certain things, 8.5x11 is really all you would need. This is the don't want to hear from you, make you use a fax machine. Side-eye. Only one entity at work uses a fax machine, and it's a legal way to avoid work by not technically emailing it to one person to address. Huh. Right. Yeah, I've definitely seen, like, for whatever reason, certain companies, like, require certain types of documents to only be faxed, like they won't accept any other form of transfer for, like, certain documents. I don't know why. Really weird. I'm always, like, sketched out by that. I'm like, is this some kind of scam? I think a lot of times it's probably just companies that are like still actively being run by someone from like before the days of email or the dark times. They used fax machines. More elegant mode of message transmission from a more elegant time. Yeah, right! That's when my fax machine ran out of ink. Okay, so I think I have enough of this as a loose sketch to, like, be able to redraw it with a little bit more finesse. What do you think, Triggerman? Making sure that I'm not, like, doing anything, you know, with the character or in the image that's, like, clearly off, you know? You guys can all hear me okay still, right? I'm on the wrong layer. Yep. Yeah, we're all busy eating. Awesome. Enjoy. Browsing sometimes and watching the stream sometimes. I hear you. We're all just lameo lurkers. Lameo lurkers. Yeah, that's awesome. Cool. Hey, if you've got things to do and you're chilling and whatever, you got other stuff to do and you're still hanging out on my stream, I have nothing but appreciation and gratitude for you. Four-button vest. Rather floofy tie. And like a little, it's like mandarin collar underneath. Like tuxedo collar. gonna make a song request. This is the kind of thing I was talking about earlier. I actually don't have song requests set up, but also I do upload all my streams to YouTube when I'm done. And if there's other content that I don't have the rights to, it'll mute that whole segment of the audio. On Twitch will mute it, so then when I upload it to YouTube, it'll just be like, there'll be no sound in that segment. So I tend to not like playing other music, but I can pop it open and just like play it for a minute, like just play YouTube. Just give me 1 second on that. Let's see what this is. I'm gonna pause that. It's an ad.
How is it that johnmalkovich.com is taken?
Cool.
All of a sudden, my heart went a-thudding when I saw you.
What if it's from the 1930s? Well, that depends on who owns it now, because sometimes, I mean, there's stuff from long ago that some, like, holding company now has the rights to. So I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, there's a good chance that if it's this old, you know, it might just be public domain or Creative Commons, but
I can't deny it. Why should
I don't know.
Try it? It's all in vain.
Because I mean, there's some things from like the 20s that are, you know, that are like someone currently owns the rights to. A lot of times it's just holding companies. Sometimes it's like descendants, you know, heirs to the estates. And estate heirs can often include intellectual property. I'm not sure how that works, but I don't know.
And if you shouldn't understand the funny way I feel, just let me tell you and make you realize that all of a sudden my heart went thudding when I saw you. All of a sudden the trees were a-budding and skies were blue. It was a moment, a wonderful moment that came to me. Sunlight and laughter were mine ever after. Still it's all a mystery.
Well, I guess we'll see. I'll play this, and, you know, later on in the week or whatever, when I upload this stream to YouTube, or actually even right after my stream, I can just look on Twitch and see if this portion of the audio is me or
Here
not.
with my loving arms around you, happy I found you. How can it be that all of a sudden I love you and you love me? Here with my loving arms around you, happy I found you. How can it be that all of a sudden I love you and you love me?
This is great. Oh snap, it is 3 minutes till my first break. Yeah, it was kind of familiar. Decent collection of old-timey music about cannabis, and it's good, just saying. That stuff is totally what I like. Awesome. Whoa, it's playing something else. That was an advertisement. Arrgh. Anyway, give us some song titles. Okay, sec. 1 second, please. like Mr. Landon is going to be standing in a like just horse-trodden dirt road. Doing a little selfie with probably, you know, presumably on this side there would be a mirror set up that he just has leaning up against something, and he's just doing his little mirror selfie. For ye olden Facebook of ye old Draven Republic. Face bulletin board, where you post statuses with a dagger on some old parchment. There's gonna be some rolling hills back there. Ah, I am late to my own break. Throwing knives to them at a distance to stick them to the wall. Yeah. Yeah, it's the old face bulletin board. Now I think throwing knives through them in the air, that's like tweeting. Like tweet bulletin. And face bulletin, you actually like have to go up and stab a dagger through it. Harlem Hamfats, Weed Smoker's Dream, Crab Calloway, Reefer Man. Nice. Ah, poor Drunkbot. Nightbot is just done with you. Alright. Okay, this is a start. I think I've got this picture mostly planned out. And while it's in the real sketchy phase, you know, like it is now, it's still obviously subject to change. was outlawed by 30 states by 1930, so a lot of songs from the 20s and 30s dealt with that and even bragged. I love sharing that with people who are blown away that they sung about cannabis so long ago. I mean, they've been singing about cannabis for thousands of years. Like, people think it's a new thing that, like, people are now agitating for cannabis to be legal, but really it's a new thing that cannabis isn't legal. You know, it's pretty recent history, considering it's a plant that grows on this planet and co-evolved alongside human beings for, like, ever, basically. I mean, me personally, I get extreme paranoia, so I don't use cannabis, but that's the only reason I don't use it. And I feel like if it works for other people and it helps with anxiety or physical ailments or depression, you know, just lightening the mood, or helps some people with their creativity, like, whose business is it for anyone else to say that those people should not have access to it? I just don't get it. Alright, but that's a little more political than I wanted to get. I shouldn't have gone there. I immediately regret getting political. I feel like all day, every day is just politics, and like, when it's a stream with a bunch of different people from different backgrounds chilling in a chat, like, we just want to get along and have fun and, you know, want to be rambling about heavy shit, man. Heavy shit, man. You gotta bring us all down, Draco. I gotta start fights. I can't help it. Just so freaking opinionated. Yeah, it was not legalized, but yeah, it's medically. Hot as politics light, I suppose. Yeah. I was in the military, so it definitely helps me from time to time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like absurd that, you know, people can't get the help that they need with something simple like that. But, you know, if you have a cold, you can go to any walk-in clinic and get cough medication with codeine in it. Just because your nose is runny, you can get codeine. Codeine. You know, but you can't, like, you know, people are arguing against marijuana for people with, like, arthritis or depression, or, you know what I mean? Like, ugh. So icky. It's like, well, that right doesn't personally benefit me, so we should take it away. Like, no, man. No. That's not the point. You're not supposed to only agree with the things that personally benefit you. That's not what makes us civilized. Not what makes us a society. Only condoning the rights that benefit you is what makes us roving raiders in the apocalypse, not a civilized, you know, people. I'm doing it. I'm getting all fired up. I gotta stop getting fired up. You guys, I can't. It's like a rabbit hole. Going down the rabbit hole. Ooh, this song. I love this song. My grandfather's in the Navy. Oh yeah, thank you for your service. Yeah, my grandfather was also in the Navy. And my stepfather is a Marine. welder. Cool. Submarine captain in World War II. Yeah, that's a serious thing. Tell us about the song, Jayel. Okay, so this is Ticking Time by Jack Shell. Oh yeah, I was supposed to take a break. That's why I'm getting all worked up. I'm like 10 minutes past break time. See, if I don't take my breaks, I go down like weird rabbit holes of pseudo-politics and social stuff. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. This song is Ticking Time by Jack Shell the Soundweaver. Thesoundweaver.com or Facebook's... Actually, I think I have... Hold on. Yeah! So those are links. That's his Facebook page and his website. Start making dinner. That sounds like a good plan. Nice. Awesome. My break will serenade your dinner cooking with my reel and our Oneshi Press video. Landscapes, they're like writing a story. You know, you start with like an outline, really loose, and then you like refine it and refine it. And like each detail kind of like tells a little bit of a story about how the land formed the way it did. And you know, I love like looking at like a landscape in nature, like, you know, and just trying to see the story, trying to see the history of like how the rocks pushed up the way they did, or, you know, wore down the way they did, and, you know, what things caused what. And it's like, when you really get into it, like, landscapes are a form of storytelling, as landscapes in nature do actually tell a story, a very vast and complicated story. But also, like, when you're drawing backgrounds and landscapes, like, your background is a story unto itself. It's not, you know, just about the characters. Well, it can be, you know, it can just be about the characters, and that's fine. But yeah, background details are like, there's a lot of story to be found there if you look. Obviously, I know Art Mom looks sternly at Jayel. Okay, Art Mom, I'm gonna stretch, take a break, let my brain purge some RAM. Too many processes going on now. Okay. I'll be back momentarily. I hope some of you can stick with me while I'm on a short break. I will leave you with this video.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Hack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jen Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Okay, I should be back, I think. Sorry about that, guys. I generally try to time my breaks a little better, but yeah, sometimes, you know, just leave you guys with a whole bunch of nothing for a moment there. Cool, so we're going to invite the Triggerman onto the chat through voice. So I'm just gonna pop open a Discord, but this is gonna be a private channel, so it's just gonna be access for people in the COG core, which includes Triggerman. See if this works, and if it causes problems with the stream, I'll close it down. I don't know, sometimes just opening like extra stuff. Did everyone else stretch too? Oh yeah, did all you fine, awesome people in the chat take the moment to stretch and be all loosey-goosey? Well, this will either be exciting or it won't work. So, Triggerman, you might want to, I'm not sure, but you might want to mute the actual stream on Twitch, because it might create feedback, although if you're using a headset, it might not matter. Are you there? I cannot hear you.
Yeah, I wasn't talking because I was trying to listen to your instructions on Twitch. Am I coming through on both ends?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Is everyone else hearing Trig? Just gonna call him Trig.
I don't actually hide my real name.
Okay, I'm gonna call Trig Pete then. Peter is part of the COG core, so Children of Gaia. He's one of our 6 writers. It's a little faint. Alright, let's see if I can... I've got Pete's volume on maximum, so he might have to turn up his mic.
I could project!
Project! Might also be that I need to lower my music and raise the output volume on my desktop sound. Try saying something now, Pete.
Anything in particular?
No, that works. I saw your waveform go up when you were talking, and looked like your green line is almost even with mine, so I'm going to assume that means your sound should be pretty good, but I'm just looking at waveforms here, so anyone in the chat will have to tell me.
By the way, let
Dark
me commend
chocolate.
your bravery here on trying out something new live.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what this is. I mean, I definitely thank you. I appreciate that. Trying to just expand the stream a little bit and add new things, like every time I stream, something else, something a little different, something new, you know. So, this here, Landon Ford is, I guess Peter's character. Chris designed him. Chris might be popping on later. I know he works tonight, and he probably gets back late, so don't know. But yeah.
It's kind of weird to call him a character. He's kind of like the voice that the thing is written in. He didn't like have a name and a character until afterward.
Right. Yeah, it's coming together. It's all in development, right? And this is part of that for sure. I mean, I'm not going to change anything about Chris's design, so much as just, you know, trying to make it a little bit more photographic and just a little more fleshed out. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's like he was the narrator's voice who then became a character within the narration, which is always like a fun process to watch develop, I think.
Well, it's been fun. It's been kind of fun to make, especially because the narrative that he uses is a little bit silly. It's kind of it's almost a celebration of inauthenticity. The fact that we have this character that is trying, like, from one world trying to speak to another. Like, these are things written for, like, you know, to at least make it seem like for the rugged old west people by a city boy, then marketed toward the city boys.
Right. So let's expand on that a little. You know, just for anyone watching right now, the idea that this character he's from, like, you know, the city, Rallysport. It's like Rallysport, right? That's like the biggest city in the Republic of Draven, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of it's kind of like it's a port town. It's sort of where the action is, even though I don't believe it's technically the capital.
Right. So it'd be like kind of like Manhattan. Like, it's not even the capital of New York. It's not the capital of the U.S., but it's huge. It's a big freaking city. Everyone knows about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? What is going on with GeForce Experience? It has taken over my back click on my mouse, which is supposed to be my unlimited undo button. Super annoying. Yeah, I just got a couple notifications today that a few of my drivers were out of date. So I decided to update my drivers earlier today. But I didn't test out everything, and now apparently the GeForce driver update has made some changes to my wacom. Are we talking about the Gaia book coming out now, or the Western, or am I an idiot? Are they the same thing? No, you're definitely not an idiot. So what we're talking about is the Western, which is the next Children of Gaia book. The book that is coming out now, actually, I just got the proof of it in the mail this morning. We're going to go through that, and I'm probably going to do a live stream of, like, going through the book. You know, just like a flip through. I'm thinking... Oh my god. Does anyone know... Rename Card, you help me set this up. How do I go into my Wacom settings and change what the buttons are? So, yeah, I'm going to do like a live stream of flipping through the book, and I'll show everyone that. But right now what we're talking about is the very next book coming out, behind that, from Children of Gaia. So that's what we're working on now. This is the Western. They're both from the same universe, but from two very, very different places. I'll leave that at that so I avoid any spoilers. But yeah, so this character, I love you guys and your efforts, but the Western one really appealed to me, and I want to get a signed copy when it's ready. Absolutely. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, this guy is from the city, and he is a journalist who is going into the country, which is kind of like, you know, this Western, you know, Dust Bowl country, and he is he's following the story of the Trigger Man, this assassin, his exploits. And Pete, feel free to jump in and, you know, expand on anything or reiterate or correct me if I'm misrepresenting anything.
I don't know. I thought we'd be talking mainly about design because...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so like the design and world building, like plot points, it's kind of weird because like we're in a rewrite stage. We're not necessarily...
Well, yeah, I was just thinking big ideas, not like specifics. You know, definitely, again, no spoilers, just like... But if you want to just talk about design, I mean, that's also...
Well, I guess sort of like the premise, this is kind of the book itself is in universe, like it's a book that you purchase, but it's a book that the characters within the universe could also have, and this is the writer of that book. Well, those series of books, and it's sort of just, it's a city boy sort of like out in the more rugged areas of this this sort of recently rebuilt nation. Like it was like an aristocracy that was like part, like a province of a larger empire, and then it like the whole setting is they very recently finished a civil war that ended in becoming a representative republic. So there's a lot of culture clashing going on, and sort of told through the eyes of this very much city elite going out into the country and writing it as if he were part of that world. Like I said, it's sort of a celebration of inauthenticity.
Inauthenticity, yeah, totally. And I mean, he's completely inauthentic in that he doesn't even really relate to the values of the people living out in the country, right?
Well, yes and no. It's been kind of fun doing this because I don't know. This probably is the most of my own experience that I borrow from anything I write. This sort of inauthentic city character, because I myself am like a New York wannabe cowboy.
Right. A New York cowboy.
Wannabe. I can't even ride.
But application?
Yeah, it's whether or not, I don't know. I think there's a lot of ambiguity as far as how much he actually relates to what he's doing and how much is sort of like a show. I don't know, it's a little ambiguous in the narrative, and therefore, like, you know, no one, not even the people making it, know.
Right. So, give me 1 second, Pete. So, alright, I have the top button for Photoshop is a keystroke for continual undo. Now, if I just close this, it still brings up G-Force. Ah! That is super, super annoying. Damn it! Alright, sorry, I'm just trying to get that sorted, like, before I go too much further, because that's going to keep coming up, because that's, like, a key that I use regularly. Anyway, yeah, I did not mean to just totally interrupt you there, and I'm just, like, trying to make sure that I'm still able to make headway while we're talking.
That's why I saw you were doing something technical. I was kind of leaning on my old radio instincts, trying to fill the time while you did it.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, because I can definitely, like, listen to usually, but, you know, if I get distracted and I'm, like, trying to listen to you and then getting confused, I'll just be like, give me a second.
I love the way that you sort of aid. It's like, I really enjoy is coming out to make the quote-unquote photo versions of what we're seeing.
For the, yeah, like the photo plate, textures and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Glad you like it. Yeah, it's been really fun. You know, I think the real, thing there is gonna be, how the, like, etchings that Chris does, you know, his sketches will hopefully look different enough from the photo plates that the juxtaposition of the two will carry the intention, you know. And, you know, I think it's, like, I would love to get it across that any of the sketches in the book that are just line art sketches are the actual journalists' sketches, you know. Like, those are Landon Ford's sketches. Warblin wants to know if we have finished the cover by any chance. So, we do have the cover of Great Nations of Rendaria. That book is actually, like, front to back finished. This book we're really just getting started on, so we're still, like, figuring out the aesthetics and all that. So, no, we do not have the cover for this figured out yet. Alright, now, what can I do to make sure that my stupid wacom stops messing around? I have to... It's weird, right? Like, I have this set up when I'm in Photoshop that's supposed to be continual undo. But yet, when I'm in Photoshop, it's bringing up some weird-ass NVIDIA thing.
To answer Wobble and the Goblin's questions, the working title is War and Horses.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, I'm like totally trying to figure this out right now because I have to. So, yeah, any questions that you can do for me? Maybe. Maybe if I open up GeForce Experience and just disable it.
War and Horses.
War on horses.
Horses.
Those evil horses.
That might be better, actually.
Let's see if that did the trick. No, why? GeForce Experience, shut up. How do I get this to go away?
So while JL struggles, speaking of the cover, I have right in front of me a gift that he sent me from Montana for Christmas. The paperback of Horses, Women, and Guns. Which,
oh yeah.
By the way, this was like any other year, this would have been the best gift that I got.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
Any other year?
Any other? Well, I mean, this year my stepfather lent me the money to make the down payment on this house. So, but any other year.
Oh yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can't beat that. I swear. Why, GeForce NVIDIA, stupid poop. Stupid poop, you guys. It's killing me. Yeah, we actually just are reading, almost done with The Quick and the Dead. And it's really good. It's like, you know, I thought it would be like, fun, but like kind of maybe a little like cheesy or something, but no, it's like, I'm really digging it.
Well, I mean, there is a really great range. It's just sort of like any genre. There's a really great range from like things that are like genre-specific enjoyment to like things that are genuinely brilliant. Like Lonesome Dove is considered one of the great American novels, and it's in the same spirit.
Yeah, I kind of thought like it would be, you know, just genre fun, but I've been pleasantly surprised that it's got a bit more than that. It's like, it has a real like sensibility to it, you know?
Yeah, Quick and the Dead was great.
So you read the book?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
The movie was a little more cheesy.
Yeah, and that's
By
what
a little, I mean a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's what I was expecting out of the book. You know, it's just like, okay, this will be fun, but, you know, it might be a little hokey, but no, the book is, I think, pretty cool. I keep, like, reading it and, like, I want this to be a movie, you know? Why don't they make a movie of this? What's actually in the book?
I think it's a little heavy. Like if you've watched Shane versus Red Shane, you get that same thing. Like it's not. It's just. It's great, but it's not quite as fun as what the audience who would watch the movie version of that.
Yeah, That's a good point. I mean, it's wide-reaching, and you know, they just wanted to make it more of like the genre fun, right, for the film. Change the G-Force hotkey from Control-Alt-Z to something else. Okay, so that would probably be back in the Wacom driver, right? So I open up G-Force in the driver properties. Wait, is NVIDIA? Should be the G-Force thing, right? So the hotkey. How do I do? Otherwise, it will override your Photoshop hotkey. Oh no! Alright, so I want to open back up G-Force. Where the heck is it? I think I closed it. The Resync program? G-Force experience. No, let the G-Force pop up, then click the little gear icon. Okay, right. Duh. Alright, so the little gear icon. Yeah, where did I see hotkeys? Keyboard and shortcuts? So change that to something different. Should I change it to? How do I change it? It won't let me frickin' change it. Guys, why am I so dumb? Are you going to not show the eyes and only the glare? 'Cause if so, that's eerie in a good way. Yeah, I think I might. I think like he's gonna be looking into the sun. Or at least like from an angle. Why won't this? It like just won't do a thing. It's like showing me what the keyboard shortcuts are, but it's not letting me like edit it.
Since I'm listening via one program and watching via another, there's a slight lag time between the audio and the video. So I keep on thinking like, no, dude, oh wait, no, you're already doing it. Okay.
Okay, so let's see, Control-Shift-Alt-Q or something dumb. Yeah. Something that I'll just have no reason to ever press. No, I get it. Control-Shift-Alt-G. Whatever, as long as it's not that button. Now let's see. Yay! Thank you so much for name card. Oh, that was frustrating. Sorry, guys. Sorry you had to wait for that. Okay, I'm gonna come back to reality now and be chatting with you all, and including Pete and everyone in the chat. I just had to get that sorted, otherwise it would keep like slowing me down and messing me up. Yay! Rename card or something.
Some kind of rename card.
Rename card, if that's your real name.
It could be once he's used the rename card.
Like, it's like the default name on the card. It's like rename card. Like, I'm just picturing a little thumb drive and you plug it in and it's called rename card.
Oh, you see, I assumed it was the item from Final Fantasy VI.
Oh yeah, totally.
So I'm the kind of guy who would assume that.
No, that's gotta be what it is, right, rename card? Which is a great name. It works. Hooray! I love that stinky cheese. Stinky cheese! Alright.
So during the technical issue, Lindsay mentioned the creepy pen.
Lindsay mentioned the what? The Greek pen?
The creepy pen.
Creepy pen?
Yeah, okay, so there was an item in this book, a sort of a prominent item on the desk of one of the characters that there was something similar that I had seen, like it's not like an entirely unusual thing. And it's either a pen or a letter opener holder. That features a horse standing on its hind legs with jeweled eyes and a jeweled saddle. And like I sort of like made it a prominent item while I was writing this, and then for Christmas I received that exact thing as a gift from someone who knew nothing about this project.
Creepy. Yeah, I love when shit like that happens. That's actually like the hallmark of how COG seems to work, I feel like. We've done too good of a job of making it real. Bringing it to life. How COG owns you. Totally what it is. The book is coming to life. It's true. Right, so you're hearing me through Discord, which means you're ahead of the stream?
Yeah, by about like 3 seconds, which like I'm trying to mentally adjust to.
Okay, so you only have like a 3-second lag on my stream then. Wow, that's pretty good. Like, I think that depends on your internet connection or something. Because I know sometimes for some people like the lag is like a minute long, you know, or like 30 seconds long. And I've definitely been on people's streams where it's like very clear how crazy the lag time is. And that's happened to me a few times where like people were like complaining about how bad my lag was, but I don't have any idea what causes that.
I couldn't help you. I've actually never done anything streaming. I am completely useless in this regard.
I have seen writer streams on Twitch, and I've even watched a few. It's just like people like, you know, just like what I'm doing right now, only instead of like having Photoshop open, they have like Word open, and they're just talking and hanging out while they're working on their script or whatever. Kind of interesting.
I do not have the fortitude for that. I don't know if other people are more entertaining in their writing, but that would be watching like 4 solid hours of me writing a sentence, deleting it, and going back.
Right, because you're so distracted. Well, you know, a lot of people that I know that are writers that I mentioned that to were like, nuh-uh. How can anyone do that? And I was like, I don't know, man. Like, some people do though. But apparently it's like pretty common for writers to not have any interest in that idea. But some people do it. So
I'm like, how do you even write a scene until you've gotten up, swept the driveway, come back, shadowboxed a little bit, and start thinking about what it would be like to be a fisherman, and then try to write?
Yeah, careful about writing death scenes in this book if it's getting all synchronistic. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. I think for a lot of people that do like the creative writing live streams, I think a lot of times it's like, you know, stream of consciousness stuff, or like, you know, poetry stuff, or I don't know, things that they don't have to like be super focused on. Because I did notice, like, I think a lot of people that do art can still talk while they're like visual art, can still talk while they're like drawing or painting, and I think it's because, like, you know, writing engages that part of your brain that's responsible for language. So like, to be able to write, like if I were to try and write right now, I would not be able to talk.
I will say some people just sort of have that juice. I remember when I was 19, I met, and actually just through a weird chance got to hang out with Richard Rodriguez, not Richard P. Rodriguez, the fantasy writer, just plain Richard Rodriguez.
Just plain Richard Rodriguez.
Yeah, the historical fiction writer. One's much better than the other at writing. I got the good one.
The good one. Oh, good.
Yeah, but he would just speak, like just talking in conversation. You could sort of have those that kind of involved, structured, like these very well planned metaphors that come around, and it all seemed very planned. But he would do it while he was talking, and I'm like, that's a superpower. I have to be so concentrated and redo things so many times.
Yeah, I think it's just the way developmentally, whatever, algorithms in your brain develop compartmentalized in a way that, some people can either analytically write or creatively write while analytically talking or creatively talking, or, I'm not saying those two things specifically, but just that idea that there's some kind of compartmentalization happening. And I suspect in most cases that it would have to be developmental, because you can't even say it's oh, that person must be brilliant, because some people are really brilliant and can't do two things at once, and some people are maybe not super brilliant but can multitask like a motherfucker, I don't know. I don't want to say things like how brilliant someone is or isn't, because that's kind of silly. There's all different kinds of intelligences, but yeah, it's interesting anyway. It's interesting to think about. Just kind of what is it that makes someone able to do something that most people are not able to do like that? Something very technical, I don't know, man. Sorry, I'm rambling. I do that a lot when I'm streaming. I guess what?
It's a stream of consciousness.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that when I'm making visual art, I definitely get into just little stream of consciousnesses, Look at Charles Bukowski. The guy was shit-faced all of the time and got into fights in his local bar. That gave him great ideas. Yeah. Yeah, really, it's just different for different people.
Yeah, I don't know. I find that the whole process, distraction is kind of part of it. But you have to spend X amount of time being entirely unproductive while acting like you're doing work before any actual work gets done. But I know that everyone's very different. Stephen King produces something 3,000 pages a day.
Right. Yeah, that unlimited undo button on my keyboard issue that we all just experienced, Rename Card helping me solve, so vital for this. It's this would be impossible without that. But yeah, some people just have methods, and a lot of people, part of their method is redoing things, a lot of my visual art method is totally relies on redoing things in different stages, doing it loose and then doing it neater and then doing it neater and then burning it and never showing anyone and then redoing it, and you know what I mean? That's part of my process. But some people are just monsters. They just go. When I sculpt, though, for example, it's all just one linear process. I don't have stages. I just go and refine, and then it's what I wanted. Kind of cool. I wish my drawing could be like that. Definitely wish my writing could be like that.
But I just wasn't thinking that was a thing anymore.
What, sculpting?
Yeah, I always feel like that was something the ancient Greeks did.
Yeah, well, I feel like my music just died. I don't know why. Weird. Yeah. Sculpting. Are you allowed to do that? You have a time machine?
Like, apparently makes a big comeback in Star Trek, but
What? Sculpting?
yeah, it was something I noticed in the background. Anytime they want to establish someone as having like artistic hobbies, it's like actual stone sculpture in Star Trek, and I'm like, when does this make a comeback?
Right. I mean, I know people that do it, supposedly. I mean, I don't know if I believe them. Maybe they just like look around in the quarry until they find a stone that looks like Elvis and say they sculpted it, you know? Throwback art skills. Yeah, like glass plate photography. Psh, what?
Well, I kind of really enjoy just like, as a fiction, I really enjoy the level of technology that we're working with in the setting for War and Horses.
Yeah.
There's something fun about like things that are kind of like big and bulky.
I think for me, my favorite thing about COG is how many different genres we could fit into this one greater story. Because of the fact that so many different nations and civilizations have like different levels of advancement that don't necessarily fit like our, you know, human Earth timeline. Like here, things developed in a certain order because that's just the order they developed in, but that doesn't mean that someplace else they would develop in that same order. Like people could have invented the, you know, one thing before another. Like it's not necessarily sure that there's like a linear order to invention, you know. I love playing with that. I love the idea that like some of these houses are like still like feudal knights basically, while some are like, you know, almost like World War I style like soldiers. And then there's like completely like tribal elves running around, you know, on Rendaria. That just is so awesome to me because I love the idea that like, yes, we can have a Western in the same story that like, you know, high fantasy can exist in. Again, without, you know, any spoilers, it's just, it tickles me. They've worked it out really well, I think.
Yeah, I do enjoy in how many directions the aesthetics go. One of my favorite things, and like I got to see this with some of Chris's sketches that I think you're going to be working with later on. I really enjoy when you start seeing it come together, like when like the aesthetics sort of match. Like, oh, this looks like this there, and even though it feels like this place is about 200 years behind this other place, you sort of see the evolution of the styles if they were together.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that stuff that I really enjoy. And like I don't care about the clothes I put on my own body, but seeing like the fictional fashion in all these sketches tickles me pink.
Awesome. Well, that's what we aim to do.
Also, this whole this project has been purely fun on so many levels. Just sort of like, you know, in the design phase now, but even before that, just going like whole hog on the Western aspects while keeping it like this fantasy setting. It's been just amazingly fun.
Nice. I'm super glad to hear that. Because there's a lot of work left to do.
Oh yeah.
And if you're not having fun, it's just not gonna work.
The thing that really drives people nuts, specifically Lily, she's around me enough to know that I'm doing it. If I try to write as this character long enough, my
Just start talking like him.
yeah, my turns of phrase start becoming like someone pretending to be old folksy.
Right?
And it's like, why are you talking like that?
What the hell? I don't even know you anymore. I'm getting serious
see, I
lag in
didn't click the YouTube
Photoshop.
link that they're talking about, but they're talking about the worst Star Trek. So
The worst Star Trek. Which one is the worst Star Trek?
Voyager is the worst Star Trek.
Aw. But Janeway. Oh well.
I actually, I was like the one person who really liked Kate Mulgrew before she became Janeway, and then afterward I'm like, ugh.
Oh, so you didn't like her after Janeway? You liked her before, though?
Yeah, she did a lot of 80s comedies and things that
Really?
was, she actually has great comedic timing. You really get to see that in Star Trek.
You definitely
as
see it in Orange is the New Black.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I forgot that she was in that. It does a very good job.
She's such a badass. Seven-way. Yep.
Oh god, there are shippers on the channel.
Seven-way. That's awesome. Yeah, 7 of 9 was cool though. I like that character. And I like Chakotay. I liked a lot of the characters on Voyager. I didn't necessarily care so much about the stories themselves. Like the per episode mini plots. I felt like they weren't necessarily very gripping, but I loved the character development. I loved getting to know the characters and their personal struggles with identity and all that. I just found myself getting very endeared to them.
You see, since we're not exactly on topic, last year Lily and I watched all of Voyager, and I enjoyed the show much more with a series of running gags that came from watching the characters, how the plot of every Harry Kim episode was that Harry Kim was given a sure thing and manages not to have sex.
Aw.
Got to the point where every time there'd be an episode about him meeting a new lady, I'd go, wow, you'd have to be a real Harry Kim to mess this one up.
Poor Harry Kim. There was some weird stuff that happened on that show. One episode where they de-evolved into slug people, Janeway became a slug person, right? And I don't really remember right, but I remember just being what? Where did they pull that out of?
Well, I think that every Star Trek series needs one we created a science experiment that de-evolves people episode.
Yeah.
That's in the playbook.
Right, it's obligatory, right? They just have to have that episode, which is cool. I get it. I dig it. Tumblr ain't seen 2 humanoids. It won't help. It won't ship. Tumblr ain't seen 2 humanoids. It won't ship. Not sure we can ship for series that ended a decade ago. Oh, it's happening all over Tumblr. Yeah, for some reason Tom Ford was the hot shit. Yeah, Tom Ford, alright. Yeah, it was Tom Ford and Janeway, right? They both turned into slugs and had babies together or something. It was wait, what? So, Slug Tom Ford and Slug Janeway are mating in this episode? That's really what's happening? Okay. Bold choice.
I think the actor's name was Ford and the character's name was Paris. Either that or...
Oh, right. No, you're right. It was Paris. Yeah, you're totally right.
So is
Again,
there anything
I'm-
actually about the writing or design of this book that the chat wants to hear? Because I feel like we just started talking about Star Trek.
Oh, I mean, you know, we're also just hanging out, but yeah, maybe some questions in the chat, or you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm just happy to like try to personally get more of a handle on the general themes of the story, because I know, like, I read your first version, which was written completely differently, and now you're on a rewrite, and you know, I think I'm still a little hazier than I'd like to be with some of the characters, and like who they are. And I feel like, you know, for like Twitch, like everyone here gets to have a little bit of insider info and gets to have a little bit of, like, you know, stuff that the rest of the world won't know when they get this book, you know, and I feel like a little bit of spoilers is cool, just as long as it's not anything that's gonna like ruin it for them, you know, for anyone.
Well, I gotta say this, War and Horses has like loads of characters, at least by my standards. I know that I usually write things that are very straightforward, involving two people, and one of them usually ends up dead. So by my standards, it has loads and loads of characters, but I kind of really enjoyed the design of them all. Kind of got to like, you know, a lot of the action sort of revolves around this one sequence of walking into a bar that's just filled with all these like local toughs and mercenaries, and I got to sort of like pick out each one and try and make them as unique as possible for their small contribution.
Right.
I don't know which characters should I go over. We kind of like we went over Landon Ford a little bit. As sort of this like very ungenuine character, this person who's like from one area mimicking another and then going back to where he came with it. But like he's kind of as the voice of the narrator, doesn't have a lot of bents.
Well, I imagine personally that Landon Ford, like, this isn't his only book, and that he's a character in the greater story, right? So the idea of, I mean, at least he exists in that world. Like, the fact that he wrote this book about Triggerman is obviously gonna probably piss Triggerman off. And it exists in Terra now, in Draven. Like, people can buy a print of this at their local, you know, whatever, like, novel store, or, I don't know, at their local barber, or wherever the hell people buy books in Draven, you know? But, like, the idea that, you know, he's probably written a few books about this Triggerman, maybe. I don't know if that's for certain or not. But, you know, that he's getting paid to write the books, right? Like, he has a sponsor. So that probably insinuates that it's part of a bigger plot to popularize this concept of the Triggerman as this boogeyman that will come for you if you don't get in line with the New Republic, you know? So there's some intrigue to this Langdon character, more than just, you know, this one book, I think. So personally,
the way I pictured it is that, like, the books are a series, and like, he gradually becomes more involved as he gets closer. Like, with this book, he's kind of like behind the action. He's reconstructing it based on the stories and things that he interviewed after the events happened. And then, like, he sort of gets closer and closer. Like, he in time, he's like closer on the trail, and then, like, as the books progress, he, like, you know, maybe he's first person witnesses some of it, and like he just becomes more of a character and becomes closer to the action as they go.
right. Yeah, so I mean, that's an interesting, like, thing to, for me, it's an interesting thing to, like, want to know more about this guy and, like, develop him and try to make sure that, like, even just preliminary illustrations that are just for this kind of one-off-ish book are, you know, they're actually forming a foundation for his character. So I think knowing more about him is good, because all of the illustrations, Master, hello, chosen one. Who chose one what? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. So I have Pete here talking with me. He is the writer of this book that I'm working on the illustrations for now, from Children of Gaia. He's one of our 6 writers, and he's a pretty chill dude. So, yeah, just filling you in on what's going on. Gotta go, we'll be on later. Cool, well, I look forward to seeing you again later. Thanks so much for stopping by and hanging out. Really appreciate it. But also, like, okay, so I saw your ideas for other plates that I should illustrate, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I also think, you know, I want to have like a collection of an illustration, you know, photo plate of every like character in the book, I think, or at least every one of the main characters, like maybe all the ones that Chris drew. And you know, they wouldn't be photo plates, obviously, that Langdon Ford himself took photos of, but you know, like ones that he might have found, like, oh, in whatever, in the governor's possessions there was this photo of so and so, and you know, in town there's this photo of this other person. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I actually had in my notes just like thing, because like all of the characters are people who are, well, all the characters with one exception are people who are already infamous in the region that this is going on. So I sort of like are already, even though it doesn't come up as much in the plot, already have ideas for like all of their exploits, the things that made them famous. So like I mentioned in those notes, Everett Tunstall was a regular commander, and you could have like him, like a photo of him with his unit.
right.
Lonnie Brown was a wrestling champion. You could actually like have him in like one of those like old school singlets. Oh no, even better.
Like the onesie bathing suit looking.
No, like even better, because we worked it out like a long time ago. We sort of made a decision about Draven's physical culture and like what type of wrestling became popular and actually looked more like Sambo. So it'd probably be like a nice heavy like Kurtka style jacket with like tight shorts and wrestling shoes.
Alright, that I will need reference of. I do not have that in my Brainular catalog.
It's funny because I very briefly did Sambo, so I could probably just like go grab a Kurtka, throw it on, and like take a selfie, show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, I'm not going to draw his backhand, but I'm going to close this off. And I think I have enough of an outline here now of Landon to fill him in so that he's separated from the background. Let's turn off the sketch layer. Ta-da! What are you drawing? Oh, sorry, I was too busy drawing. I didn't see the chat there. Oh yeah, Lindsay Filderman. Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate that. Oh, cool. Yeah, he's talking to Pete, the writer, on voice chat. Why is the writer's voice echoing? Oh, I actually don't hear an echo. It could be my mic picking up feedback from my speakers. I'll try lowering my speakers a little bit. Hey Pete, could you try talking for a minute?
Sure. I was just thinking that's probably it, because my voice is coming through on a different program, so it might be picked up with your mic.
Okay, did you guys hear an echo that time? It's because in the world of this story, he's a god, and gods, as we all know, have echoey voices. It helps keep their entourage in line. The fear factor, you know? Sounds better? Okay, cool. Figured it out. Yeah, you guys can always, you know, feel free to point things like that out to me, because I just won't know what you're hearing, because I only know what I can hear, and then I'm outputting everything.
Yeah, again, I know I mentioned this when I first jumped on, but I commend your bravery for trying out new technology on a live stream.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like what we all saw happening before with my, like, NVIDIA meltdown, whatever that was about. It's, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I can usually troubleshoot while I'm streaming, and hopefully anyone that's watching can bear with me and, you know, be, like, sympathetic about the fact that I don't know what I'm doing and that I'm trying. Guys, I'm trying really hard. Don't hate me.
I like what you did with the face. It's a little softer and more whimsical than the original sketches. Makes me feel like, I'm gonna be famous.
Yeah, I was thinking like it's his selfie. He might have even like touched it up afterwards. Like I know like a lot of old-timey, you know, like photos, like photographers would paint on them with the actual like developers and acids to like kind of retouch them, you know. I'm not saying that this is the case here, but I feel like if this is his selfie, he's gonna make himself look as, you know, good as he can, I think, because he's also like building a name for himself and a career for himself as a big city journalist with this, you know, book series that he got a backer for, and you know what I mean, like, I don't know, it just felt right to me to make him a little, like, smooth looking, you know? Maybe a little too smooth, I don't know. But, I mean, you know, it's also me just playing with the concept, like, I don't want to do something that's, like, not legit, you know, so you'll have to keep me filled in if that happens.
Well, I mean, that's the great thing about, like, this stage of development. You just can try whatever.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would love to think that some of these illustrations that I'm going to, like, spend hours on will actually just make the final cut with whatever fixing I need to do to them, rather than, like, completely reinventing the wheel multiple times, you know. Alright, Pete, I'm gonna slowly try to raise my volume just like a notch at a time so that I can hear my music without hopefully hearing your echo. Can you try talking for a minute?
Alright, yeah. Legends of Tomorrow, way better than I thought it would be as a show.
There goes the echo. Alright, yeah, so I gotta keep you right. That's as loud as I can make it. Does anyone mind if I turn the music up a little bit? Endonym. So is that like is that what one calls themselves? Yep, I love it. Tell us a joke, Pete. Lindsay wants a joke.
I just muted in order to explain who the hell I was talking to exactly. So I think I missed my joke opportunity.
Almost 3 hours. As an answer to Master asking how long I've been drawing for. Oh, do you mean like how long have I been drawing for? I would guess like, I don't know, when could I first started drawing? Maybe like 2 years old, so maybe like, I don't know, like 33 years or something. But I mean, maybe we don't count the drawings that a little baby does, like, on a placemat, you know, like, I don't know. Yeah, okay, lifetime, right. A very long time. I would certainly say, like, 30 years. I feel comfortable with that answer. I started this illustration 30 years ago. I had to wait for wacoms to be invented and for OBS to be invented. It was horrible. Hey Pete, what do you think of having some details in these photos blurred? Like the person couldn't quite hold still for that long, or a dog ran by in the background, etc.
Oh, that sounds neat. Something to sort of add a little character to it. It's almost weird. You kind of have to establish it visually, since these are not directly connected to the narrative. So you'd have to have like a couple that look very polished, followed by one where there's something slightly off, and like sort of a easy visual way to follow it.
Right.
I don't know. That's neat, but like it'd have to be very well planned in order to be appreciated for its neatness.
Yeah, one thing that I could think there is, like it wouldn't necessarily, none of these photos are going to be, again, they're not part of the actual narrative, because Landon Ford is following the narrative and reporting on it. He wasn't actually there for these events. So anything that is in these photos in the background, the purpose of having something in the background would be to provide the viewer with more information, right? So like it could be something relevant to one of the characters' backstories or something, or just something that's aesthetically fun. And if it's just aesthetically fun, then I guess it doesn't really matter, you know, like what it is, right? As long as it's time and place appropriate.
Yeah, and so much of like what's to enjoy with this kind of project is the setting, like especially like intentionally doing this book in the style that it's done, like that you want to sort of drink it in, you know.
Master says, I mean, like professional drawing, and for 30 years that's a commitment. Yeah, so professionally, I mean like actually making money at drawing, I guess that would be like when I graduated the School of Visual Arts. I mean, I was doing freelance stuff while I was in school, but let's not count that. I graduated in 2003, so it's now what, 2017, right? So that's like, what, 14 years? Yeah. So yeah, I guess like 14 years actually like doing work with my art and getting paid for my art, you know. But I just, you know, I think all kids like make pictures, right? Like most kids like draw. Though the average, you know, like maybe not all, but like it's pretty common. And I think some just love it enough that they don't lose it, so they just keep getting better at it. And some people take a hiatus, you know, some people take a hiatus for like 20 years, and then like they're like, you know what, I want to learn to draw, and then they start drawing again. And I mean, I don't know, that's just like my thoughts on it. I could be completely bonkers though, so you maybe have no reason to listen to anything that I say, but those are my thoughts. Since you asked. Well, you didn't ask about my thoughts about it, you just asked how long I was drawing. Now look at me ramble. Down this rabbit hole I go.
Post-mortem pictures.
Whoa. Lots of post-mortem photos with people propped up and their eyes pulled open. Yeah, creepy, or eyes painted on their eyelids. Oh my gosh. That is a brilliant idea. Wow.
Is it too spoilerific to hint that some characters don't make it to the end of this affair?
No, I think it's fair to say that pretty much in any Children of Gaia story, there's a lot of casualties. Children of Gaia does not shy from the concept of death. How long have you been drawing, Jayel? Me. Ask me if I do this every day. I say often.
Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, the overall casualty rate is probably lower in this one than it is in a lot of other stuff that we do.
Well, yeah, because this is like microcosm, you know? But truthfully, like what? Probably 2 of the characters in War and Horses don't die, but there's just not that many characters, right? Whereas, like,
Actually,
millions of characters arguably die in, like, some of the other stories, so it's crazy.
yeah, I
But,
think you have to
it's
do it
epic,
based
it's
on
war.
percentages. Like, what percentage of the characters that you're introduced to in the beginning of each of these is going to make it to the end?
Right. So I wonder, how long after the events of this story do you think Langdon Ford appears, like, in the actual rural outskirts in Draven? And do we have a locality name?
The whole thing takes place outside of Capitol Ranch in Mezzo County.
Right, Capital Ranch, Mezzo County. Okay.
There are frequent references to the county there, sort of differentiating it from the other parts of Draven.
Right. What was the other question? Oh yeah, so how long do you think after the actual, like, showdown, after Triggerman goes through and cleans up Mezzo County, does Landon Ford get there? Because I'm wondering, like, if the idea of, like, you know, post-mortem photos or, like, photos of actual, like, dead guys lying around after a brawl would even be possible?
Well, I mean, the idea of one of the sequences involved some, like, forensic photos. Like, we were able to piece together what happened based on the state in which we found the room, and then, like, photos of that room. So it would have had to be close enough that no one bothered to, like, fix anything yet.
Right. Or, I mean, even if, like, maybe Landon Ford didn't take the photos themselves, but maybe, like, local law or something did, you know? Like, if we wanted to show, like, just a shitty situation, you know, the aftermath of a shitty situation. I don't know, I'm just
well,
playing around with what's possible and what isn't.
I mean, that kind of reminds me of, if you remember, like, a lot of things were written, especially even right at the time that happened about the gunfight at the OK Corral, and
Right.
like, there was a lot of, like, sort of showing of the corpses in their, like, actual funerary dress. That's kind of become, like, all the millions of, that's an exaggeration, billions of movies about the Earp brothers contains those, like, iconic, like, photos of the people who died in the OK Corral shootout, like, sort of, like, in funerary garb being marched down the street at Tombstone. So I feel like, since we do borrow some visual elements from those stories, it might be incredibly appropriate.
Yeah, actually, that's interesting. I've been doing a lot of visual research for reference, but I haven't been doing enough, like, actual reading research for reference. So because of that, sometimes, like, when I'm looking for visuals, if something hasn't occurred to me, because I don't know enough of the actual, like, history of real events that we're referencing, like, I might not know to look up the visuals on something, you know? So there might be, like, plenty of good visuals about things that I just hadn't even thought of. So it's, like, really, I'm just saying it's easy for things to, like, kind of go past my radar, because I'm focusing on, you know, oh, I know this character needs to be this, so I'm gonna look up, you know, old Western photographers, or, you know what I mean, like, but not thinking about looking up, like, you know, aftermath of the OK Corral shootout, for example. Yeah, I don't know. I just trying to, like, brainstorm and, like, think about what other things we could be thinking about. But I also just want to respond real quick. J Squared is in the chat. What's up, J Squared? How's it going? He said Tracy Queen tribute coming soon. Woot! That is exciting. Hey, I'm muted on this end. Just scoping you all out real quick. Oh, so J Squared, you can't hear me right now. Master wants to know if I will ever allow song requests in my stream. So I actually publicize all my streams on YouTube, and when I do song requests, a lot of the songs are, you know, it's, like, hard for me to have songs that are, what do you call it? You know, not copyright managed. and that ends up muting the audio, and then when I upload it to YouTube, there's just blank gaps. And right now, actually, that's a problem that I'm having with my reel. I use the song Explosive by Bond for my reel, so whenever I go on break, that song plays, and that part of the audio is just muted. But that doesn't bother me as much because that's my reel. I'm outside on break. Whereas, like, I don't want me talking to be muted because there's a song playing. So I just keep my playlist free of songs that will end up, muting my audio.
It's funny. I remember this from back when I was doing a rather ill-fated but fun Let's Play, and that is you could sort of avoid copyright strike with the kind of music that you've generally been playing, because everything that Overclock Remix does, as long as you credit the person who made it, they won't copyright strike you for using their music.
Right. So
you get free and clear with their stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely some things that I've noticed that I thought should be fine, and then it gets strangely, muted. But I think a lot of that's just algorithms. It just depends on what holding company owns the rights for distribution, and whether or not they've registered with YouTube for copyright compliancy. I don't exactly know how that works, but it's something along those lines. Individual people that own the copyright to music can somehow register it with the algorithm that checks music against, for a waveform match. I don't really know how that works, but it's something along those lines.
It's specific sounds and images that it gets scanned, and if they pop up.
Right.
Yeah, I remember this. You just got to stick with public domain stuff, do Happy Birthday, which was recently added to the public domain, and Amazing Grace for all your...
Oh, Happy Birthday is public domain now?
Yeah, they recently lost it.
Huh. Good for them.
So...
Good for Happy Birthday.
It's almost sad, because one of my favorite things about, TV
Master has
where
to
they have
go.
sing a
Bye,
birthday
Master.
song,
Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I didn't know you posted them on YT. He's excited about the Tracy Queen tribute. Well, Jayel's talking to you, J squared. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on the chat. Every now and then I gotta do that. What's up, man? I missed it. Oh, cool. Voices are streamed on my stream. This is cool. Yep, Master has to go. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry, guys, that I'm just kind of getting lost in conversation and drawing. I'm gonna try to keep an eye on the chat. I hate the birthday song. Well, now you can hate it for free. Sorry, Pete. Yeah, I just realized people were talking to me and I was just not catching it because apparently you can only have one conversation at a time while I'm drawing. Thought I was better than this.
It is quite alright. Oh, it's 2 years Happy Birthday is not being copyrighted.
Oh! Master says happy birthday to Happy Birthday's 2nd year of not being copyrighted. Awesome. We should have a cake for Happy Birthday. Sorry, Pink, I know you hate it, but, it's a thing. Hate it or not, it's a thing. You guys are the best chat ever.
See, the problem that TV shows can now use Happy Birthday is they don't have to have that thing where they creatively come up with some other song that every character in the universe recognizes as being the proper birthday song.
Yeah, which I actually kind of liked, I always like when shows, have to be creative, because sometimes I think it's, easy not to be, and that makes me sad, fish. Paleface. But... I mean, even when things are public domain, me personally, my style, in all the comics that we work on, if I have to have, something in the background or, the character interacting with something, I would always prefer to, make an Oddworld Bizarro version of something anyway. you know, like fake happy birthday songs, for example. Like, I just totally dig that. It makes me happy, you know?
Well, yeah, it's fun, especially like when it extends. I remember in Futurama they had to come up with like a fake happy birthday song, and then the show ended up running for 10 years. So like they would be singing it like at least 2 or 3 times a season, and it was the same song.
Great. Yeah, I love that. Like when it builds on itself, like its own little reality, you know? Like it just makes things more legit, you know? I totally love it. It makes me happy.
If and when you end up doing it, I need to be around for when you do the sketch of Everett Tunstall, because that guy is by far my favorite character.
Okay. And Chris already did a design drawing of him, right?
Yeah, it came out really well. That was in his first set of design drawings. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, perfect.
Right. Okay, and you said you're generally available on Thursday nights, but not Tuesday nights, right?
It kind of depends. Tuesday, especially at the end of the month, tends to be worse.
Okay. Well, yeah, I could always just, whatever, you know, save it for a stream that you're able to make it.
Everett was just like I gave this some thought. Everett comes in second for like the most fun I've had writing a character versus the time I've spent writing him. First place, of course, belongs to Madgar, but he doesn't come in for a while.
Oh, so Everett's ahead of Triggerman.
Yeah, I don't know. Triggerman's kind of a nature, like like he's very set in his way. It's not like, I don't know, it's sort of been more fun for like doing Everett and having this cocky, like 1 part Doc Holliday, 2 parts Braun of the Blackwater kind of character.
Nice. So, but he dies, right?
No.
He doesn't?
Nope.
Ooh. So he could be a regular, a recurring Children of Gaia character, potentially?
I mean, possibly. I kind of enjoy the fact that he, like, just nopes out of there when things look like they're gonna go bad, and then, like, it's almost cooler. It's like, and he was never heard from again.
Right, okay.
I don't know, I guess it'll be up to... You know, if people get this and he gains, like, popularity power, I assume he'll make a reappearance.
Just translate the Russian birthday song. A wizard will suddenly appear in a blue whirlybird and will show me free movies. He'll say happy birthday. What?
That's not a translation, that's just something that happens in Vladivostok.
Which one is Everett? Let's see. I think I've got Everett somewhere. Everett Turnstall is a fancy man, and he's still got his like officer's saber, his pistol, but he's like dressed all nice, trying to, you know.
There we go.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah.
He owes me $5, but you know, I might just let it slide because he cracks me up.
Yeah, it was just really fun writing him. Mr. Henry, you have suicidal ratio of hair on your ass to brain head.
You guys are really going on about this birthday thing, huh? Wait, did I do that? No, right? I didn't bring that up. Or did I? When I was talking about copyrighted music? No, Pete did, right?
Yeah, that was my fault. I mentioned that Happy Birthday was in public domain, and that started this.
So, Pink, is this like conversation torturing you? I don't know how bad your disdain for the birthday song is. Maybe it's just like you'd prefer not to hear it, or maybe like this conversation is making you like red in the face. Like you're gonna flip the table and walk away. Got a Doc Holliday vibe. Yeah, Everett, totally.
Yeah, it was kind of it was fun to make Everett because like Doc Holliday, it's funny. Like if you look at like the people who like in like the actual dime novel historical ones that this cribs a little off of, like if you look at the history, like Billy the Kid killed like 4 people, Johnny Ringo killed like 3 people, and these were like the legendary killers of the time. Doc Holliday was like an actual stone cold multiple murderer.
And he was like a dentist, right?
What's that?
Wasn't he a dentist too? I mean,
Yeah.
you know someone's got like an ability to inflict suffering when they're like a dentist back in those days. You know what I mean? Like, is that
and
some
apparently
serious
it was
shit?
just a combination of fast hands, no moral whatsoever, like a
Right.
total lack of fear of death because he had, tuberculosis.
Steady,
Um,
fast hands, no fear of death, and no fear of hurting other people.
Yeah. A dentist.
Right. Doc Holliday.
Yeah. Like with Everett, it was kind of different. I imagined him like eminently aware of his mortality, but his arrogance sort of comes from the idea that he honestly feels he's outthought everyone in the room. Like he knows what everyone's gonna do, and he is 2 steps ahead of all of them.
So, what is Everett's backstory?
Everett fought on both sides of
Both
the
sides.
Civil War, depending on who looked like they were going to do best by him and who looked like they were going to win.
Right.
He
What a
has
prick.
this tendency to always come out on top, and it's because he is conniving and without scruples. Always tries to look very fancy, look the part, no matter what he's doing. It's always very. I believe the first written description of him was that his boots, hat, and mustache were all freshly waxed.
So now I see why he's your favorite. That was just a joke. Digging. Digging at you, Pete.
I am not freshly waxed. It's funny that Lindsay mentioned that Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday gets all the attention, but there was another movie about the same characters that came out around the same time where Dennis Quaid played Doc Holliday, and I thought he did a much better job.
Dennis Quaid is Doc Holliday, huh?
Yeah,
Do you remember what the movie was
Wyatt
called?
Earp.
Wait, who played Wyatt Earp?
Oh, okay. So there were 2 movies that came out at the same time. One was Tombstone,
Right.
and that was the one with Val Kilmer that sort of like gets all the love nowadays. And
Michael
then there was
Biehn.
another one called Wyatt Earp with Kevin Costner as the
Oh,
titular Wyatt Earp.
right. Yes, I do remember that. Okay.
It sort of never became popular because it was like 3.5 hours long when audiences wouldn't tolerate that sort of thing.
Audiences were just like flipping tables and leaving.
Yeah. But yeah, I consider that the definitive performance of a character that's probably been portrayed like double digits times in films is Dennis Quaid as Doc Holliday being totally passed out drunk at a trough and looking at people going, "You can kiss my rebel dick."
Fancy gentleman.
The thing that always caught me about that, that I thought was weird about these portrayals is in all the movies that they made about that, Big Nose Kate was always played by a beautiful actress, a woman who was supposed to be ugly and like always billed as such, the ugliest whore in the counties. And they'd always get some like beautiful young actress to play Big Nose Kate.
Yeah, it does speak to a rather unfortunate like obsession with this notion of conventional beauty standards that Hollywood just won't seem to drop, you know.
It's fun. Lily has my favorite singular line about this, because I discussed this about another character that is portrayed many times in movies and always looks better when like being not attractive was part of the way the character was written. And she said, the ugliest person who they let be in movies is Adrian Brody, and he's not that ugly.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's like super just, you know, pretty full of shit, really. Although, I mean, yes, like, when we talk about, like, ugliness, I think, like, ugliness is something very much on the inside. Like, a sinister asshole will always look ugly to me, you know? But we are talking about, you know, understanding that this is the idea of conventional attractiveness that we're referring to now. When we say, like, oh, he's not that ugly, meaning like he doesn't fall that far from the standard of conventional beauty.
Well, and I think, but the thing is, like, that's sort of the thing. Like with the character Big Nose Kate, one of the things about her is that she wasn't considered a fancy lady. Same thing with now I'm blanking on the name. Les Miserables, the romantic rival of Cosette, where Cosette was like this like beautiful traditional fancy woman, and then like I'm blanking on the name, but the girl who was always supposed to be like, you know, she was poor, she was ill. Now I'm blanking on it. But
Yeah.
that's the other character that's always portrayed by a woman who is very like traditionally glamorous, even though part of what informs the character is that she is the opposite of that.
Yep, that's the machine. A machine. It's so weird, man. Like, it's just such a weird thing that happens. Well, I can say this much for sure, like, one day when we're casting live action for COG, there's gonna be all kinds in that shit. All kinds.
So every once in a while, I come up with some very strange things, and I at one point imagined who would portray the voice of the Trigger Man if this really took off, and what I came up with was Adrian Brody.
Adrian Brody for the Triggerman. Did my whole chat just go empty?
You still seem to have the same amount of viewers. I guess no one's just saying.
Oh, I guess my Unkbot just, like, emptied out.
Huh.
Everybody still there? Did I lose anybody? Anybody still there? Pete, you're still here though, right?
Oh yeah.
You can still see me on Discord too?
Yep.
No, I'm her. Oh, here. Name card's here. Huh. Weird. Yeah, I could see that you
Seems like
typed
just
that you're
a natural
here.
lull in the conversation then.
Sometimes I think like Unkbot, which is what I'm using to chat because it's also my moderator and has all my commands and everything. I think it just has like a limit on how much it can stack up, and then it just like purges after a while. Not usually so early in a stream. It's usually like if I've been streaming for like 6 hours, it'll do that. I don't think I've been streaming for 6 hours. What time is it? 8:45 to 9? Oh, it's almost time for my next break.
I'm probably going to hand out at that one. It is the future in this time zone.
Oh, right. You're in the future. Future. So, like, Skynet already has you.
Yeah, but like people are cool with it.
Good to know. So, like, Terminator was just like anti-Skynet propaganda.
Yeah, it's all.
Whoa,
It's
my
funny,
chat
like,
list just rebooted and now everyone's there again. It's so weird how that works.
Like they did that new Terminator movie, Terminator Genesis, because like the time travel wasn't complicated enough with the first 3/4, and like they sort of tried to make a political statement about how everyone's married to their phones, but it was clearly written by someone who was like not of this generation.
Right.
And like I look at it, I'm like, this makes it sound like Skynet ain't so bad.
Right. Skynet, where you can connect with all your friends and family for just $10 a month on PS5 platforms. So actually, yeah, that was something that the Terminator series like wanted to hint at, that a lot of the books and comic books did, which were really great, but the movies just never quite were able to get it right. And the Sarah Connor Chronicles kind of touched on a little bit, and it's this idea that clearly in this explanation of the universe, what they're suggesting is that the causal nexus is non-linear, right? So there's actually like a branch of the causal nexus that represents your current version of this timeline. And if someone were to time travel and go back in past and change something, it would branch off from that timeline at that point. So like each time it creates a different future. So like each time Skynet is like sending machines back, it changes the flow of history, which then changes what gets sent back, which changes the flow of history more. And so it's like escalating, and it creates like all these different branches where different things happen. And actually in the Sarah Connor Chronicles there were like alternate futures because of it. That was I thought was interesting, but
I actually found it hilarious. Because with the way they did that for the Sarah Connor Chronicles, it was so like basically everyone who you met was from the future, because the causality changing just kept on sending more and more people back.
Right.
And it's like, damn it, who's not a Terminator?
Right. Yeah, like I said, like they hinted at like wanting to get into that. I don't feel like they did a good job of it. But I like the show. Whatever. It was a fun show. I enjoyed it. I love Sarah Connor as a character, anyway. And, what's her face?
Lena Headey.
What?
Lena
Yeah,
Headey,
yeah,
right?
no, Lena Headey, but also from Firefly. What can't I think of her name? The Terminator in the show.
Summer Glau.
Summer Glau, yeah. I love her. She's awesome. So it's it was fun watching, I thought. But yeah, I feel like they wanted to get into that, but just didn't. I feel like for a story like that to be done well, you have to spend 10 years on one script. Like that is not something you could just hire a couple of writers, throw them together in a room for a month or two and expect anything sensible to come out. You know what I mean? Like, that just isn't gonna work that way. It's way too complex.
I don't know. I have this. My favorite way they handled the mechanics of time travel in a time travel movie, in which Bruce Willis angrily insisted that it didn't matter, and then they went on their way.
That was 100 Monkeys, right? Or no, 12 Monkeys?
No. The movie Looper with Bruce Willis and
Oh, I didn't see Looper.
Kid from Third Rock from the Sun. It has gotten mixed reviews. I was one of those people who loved it, and one of the things that was really great is like, Bruce Willis and the kid from Third Rock from the Sun, who's now incredibly famous. I should know his name as something other than Kid from Third Rock from the Sun. They play like
Joseph Gordon-Levitt? That kid?
Yes, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. They play like the younger and older versions of themselves respectively, and they end up meeting. And Joseph Gordon-Levitt has like a bunch of questions like, wait, how does this work? And Bruce Willis just keeps on insisting like, look, it doesn't matter, we got to do something here. And then Joseph Gordon-Levitt was like, what? And then Bruce Willis slams his fist down the table and goes, it doesn't matter. And he's talking directly to the audience in that. It's like, stop trying to figure this out. It's a human story, damn it. The time travel is just a device.
Right. Well,
So
I mean,
since you can't really make sense of time travel, I that was my favorite approach thus far. That or the Bill and Ted approach, where like it doesn't have to scientifically make sense. They explain the way it works for that universe, and you accept it.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually heard like pretty interesting though, like theories about like tangent realities being created and like branch off. Like, I don't know. I think the idea that like maybe it's just that we can't justify it because we think in a linear base, but maybe the idea of like thinking in a web where things can affect things in both directions, like maybe there's just something to it that our brains just aren't geared to like easily comprehend, but that doesn't mean that it can't be like explained through metaphor or something if someone like was trying to, you know what I mean? Like, you could figure out how it works in your movie. Even if that's not, like, how it would legit work in real life, you could still have, like, your own little, oh yeah, here, this is how it works, and that's why, Again, I wouldn't want that character to be like, exposition, this is how this movie that you're watching right now works, like, that's kind of lame. I don't know. It's tough. It's
well,
like,
I think it's just one of those premises where, like, you have to sell it well enough that, like, whatever rules you set up in that world are easy to accept, because it's one of those things where if you try to think of it as too much of a hard science, it tends to fall apart for fiction.
Right. Yeah, and I think ultimately, if your audience is digging it enough, they're just gonna dig it and not really, like, ask the hard questions, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's the rule of cool.
Yeah, I feel like Terminator 2, everyone was just like, this is the best movie, I went to see it with my mom, and, like, Terminator, like, 3, no one that I know was like, oh yeah, that was a good movie. Like, they were like, that would never work, and this is so, like, you know what I mean? Like, people picked it apart because it just didn't captivate people, because it didn't have that, like, the coolness, but also, like, the emotional engagement,
I really enjoy that he doesn't tuck his tie into his collar.
That he, what?
He doesn't, like, his tie is not tucked into his collar in any way. It's the same thing in this as it was in the initial sketch, and it's kind of like a little character moment that I really enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just riffing off of Chris's sketch. Your name card is still here. Woo! Your name card!
I don't know, I enjoy it, and I don't know if it, like, is an intention to be part of the style, or if it's an intention to make this character slightly off. I sort of, like, picture it as, like, just a slight oddity of his dress, something that just stands out a little bit.
Right.
It's neat. I'm digging it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be like a cultural affect or not, or if it's just like, nope, this guy's just, a nutty, rushed out the door, hardly got himself correctly dressed and doing his journalism thing,
Well, Draven Fashion, I really enjoyed what Chris did with the initial sketches. I think it's very neat. It's kind of like combining, not really combining, but sort of like letting them naturally run together, like the sort of that like homesteader style dress with like the with like a more like 17th, 18th century European vibe, like sort of like just a type of clothing that illustrates the scenario that you're dealing with, or something that was a very type of government suddenly becomes new, and like it's almost like the government is almost like the Fisher King. Like what's changing in the way the place is governed is changing the individuals who live in the area.
So, in Draven, the governor, he was a lord, right?
Yeah, like they sort of hint that with like a lot of people, like the members of the aristocracy that played their cards right to not be the ones who got their heads taken off ended up just getting government positions in the new government, and the governor is kind of the quintessential one, the guy who like he changed sides to save his own skin, and he sort of just runs the same way he did back when he had a title, rather than being duly elected.
And he is just the governor of Meso County?
Of Mezzo County, yeah.
And before that, I guess whatever that county was called, he was just the lord of that county, or that
Yes.
land area. So he's not
Yes.
really, like, important royalty or anything, it's just, like, local.
Yeah, no, anyone who that high up in the original aristocracy would have had to have died during the war.
Oh yeah, Pink says, I could lecture for hours about the effects of trade, politics, and technology on fashion. Changes in society are very much shown in style. Yeah, so Pink actually has a really cool comic book called Root and Branch that she works on her streams. And, you know, a lot of the things that she's talking about when she's streaming is also, like, you know, why she's making the aesthetic decisions that she's made, which I find really fascinating. But, like, you know, trying to, like, think about, like, history and, like, what kind of, you know, clothing is this person going to wear, what kind of dyes are going to be available to them, and, you know, like, what kind of colors could their clothes have been or likely to have been, things like that. You know, what someone would be selling here in this marketplace, for example. So I've always found that really interesting. That's one of the things I like the most about, well, not the most, but, you know, it's one of the things that I think is very unique about her streams, is that she goes very much into that stuff, which is cool.
Well, like, since right now we're in the design phase, those aesthetic choices are like a really big part of like the initial sketches and the things we've talked about leading up to it. So if there are any questions about that sort of thing, like we could definitely field that, because we've sort of talked about it quite a bit.
Okay. Like, do you actually have like ideas about things like that? Is that something have you and Chris like gone over that?
You know, the great thing about working with Chris and also working with you is that I've never actually had to explicitly state some of this stuff. Like, if you look at a lot of the sketches, like, all the cultural ideas that we had in mind sort of come out in the designs. So, like, and some of it wasn't necessarily intentional. I didn't say do it like that, but then I see it, and it makes perfect sense. That's really made it sort of a pleasure working with you guys on this one.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so Pink says, actually, truth be told, it sometimes streamlines decision-making to use existing examples from history. Yeah, I totally agree. I think a lot of, you know, what we have riffs off of existing examples, while also understanding, like, you know, for example, this nation or that civilization, what is different about it. Once we understand what is different about it, then we also know how to appropriately, you know, veer from our referenced examples. If that, you know, I don't think I said that in the best way possible, but hopefully I conveyed what I was trying to say.
Well, I mean, we have all these different cultures, and I find myself, like, if I'm trying to explain it, I'll always say, like, well, it's a combination of this from this point in history and this point in history. And the thing that sort of makes it unique rather than just directly cribbing is that, like, once you know the kind of things that you're putting together for this, like, kind of cultural and these aesthetics, you just have to, like, play around and figure out how these ideas would naturally come together to a look, like if they evolved side by side.
Right.
I frequently joke that, like, everything in House Vargas is Japano-German.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. But, like, then when you look at what it comes up with, it looks pretty seamless. It doesn't look like you're just grabbing things from different sources.
Yeah,
it
it's
looks
very
like it's
unique.
all supposed to be together.
Right. It does. It ends up being like its own thing.
Yeah.
But you can see the individual like influences. It's a lot of times like cooking, you know, like it's not about necessarily like, oh, you can't meld this and that. It's about how you meld it, you know. It's like about the specifics in the decision-making process that really make or break it, you know, I think. Then again, I've never really been much for purism about anything. I always like to mess with things. Try it. See what happens, you know. Drunkbot, stop! Yeah, I gotta take off Drunkbot's timers. It's really not funny now that Nightbot stopped responding. Kind of just sad. Like, why is your bot just a total jerk to your other bot? What's wrong with you? It must just be because I'm a jerk. I don't know.
It might go without saying giving the title, but within the design phase, I'm kind of looking forward to both firearms and horses.
Firearms? Both firearms and horses, say?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely gotta have, you know, someone posing with their horse or on their horse. And I think a lot of that stuff, like the action stuff, is gonna make more sense if it's in the book as one of Lanford's drawings and not as plate photography. Like, I don't think you'd be able to get a guy riding a horse with, like, the kind of camera that he's using. You know what I mean? It would just be a blur across the plate, I think.
Oh yeah, I'd always pictured all those as sketches and etchings.
Yeah. I'm thinking. I just, you know, I don't know with Chris's work schedule if that's gonna be able to happen. Like, you know, I don't know.
It's alright. Gives me more time to actually finish the rewrite.
You have no time, Pete. It's due tomorrow. I'm sorry, did you say you had to go to sleep at some point? You'll sleep when the book is done. Oh, Lily, I'm sorry. Look at old Harper's mags. They did amazing etchings of action pieces. Old Harper's mags, cool. Definitely gonna have to remember that. Pete, do you have any way to take a note of that?
Yeah.
Or maybe just throw it up on the boards that we should look at that? Anything that's...
I have a pen and a piece of paper. I could then transmit it to the boards at a later time.
Yeah, perfect.
But yeah, I think one thing I'm going to have to do, and I don't know if you to open this up to the Patreon users, we initially planned to do something like this, and I didn't have the equipment to do it right. The videos came out very poorly. But in the initial draft of this, like the action sequences were written out in great technical detail, figuring that I would like just sort of be punting it to the visual people to create it, and I'm just like, this is like every inch of everything that happens, and none of you guys had any idea what I was talking about. So I was thinking of actually like getting some people together and like video reenacting specific parts of this.
Oh, yeah, right, for the actual like combat choreography. Yeah, I mean, even if someone just has like an iPhone or something, you know, or like a good Android that you could like get video of, I don't know. But the thing with that is you'd probably want your camera on a tripod.
Yeah, we actually, the first attempt at this, I had, it was myself and very cool guy, a Sambo champion by the name of Jeremy Pazer, and we just like sort of like with an iPhone did this whole thing where like we did it in fast motion, and then we had him like explain everything that was going on as we did it in slow motion, like he was like teaching someone how to fight, but we're just talking about those specific things. But then it was total potato quality, like the idea
Potato
that we were going to try and convey this detail, and then you couldn't see any of it.
Right. Potato quality combat footage. Not the potato, why?
Funny story about that, Lindsay. I spoke to Jenny when she was trying to work on her own thing, and I told her something that I do, and I will like guys from my gym to do this is we'll just sort of like make what happened happen. Like we'll be like, all right, you're this character, your job is to get to here, your job is to stop me, and now fight.
Right.
And I find that you get like a lot of cool things out of that, because when you're planning on writing something, you can't really see the same chaos that happens then when you're actually trying to do it and then just looking back. So I told Jenny about that. She seemed very excited, and then we just like never spoke of it again.
Huh. Well, I know probably both of you guys are pretty insanely busy.
Yeah,
a little
there's
while
been a
now.
lot to do. Now that they're talking this up, I gotta see what they're,
Is that the Harper's Mags?
yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, hey, yeah, no, you'd love these.
Awesome. I'm excited.
I'm gonna leave this open, and then afterward I'll copy it to the boards for everyone who's writing on it to see.
Perfect. Thank you, Pink.
It's weird, like, given the way that we're doing the photos, like I feel like the etchings would have to be in less detail than what I'm looking at here,
Right.
just to clearly delineate the sketch from the photo.
Yeah, and also so that Chris can actually have time to do them.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's another thing.
With his schedule, it's gotta be, I imagine it would have to be something that, like, he could just sit down and do, or it's just not gonna happen, Like, if it's something that is gonna take a lot of time investment, I mean, that's a lot to ask for when someone's got a super difficult, full-time job that also requires commuting and working extra hours, Yeah, I don't know. So, do we think just having his glasses just be reflective, shiny, and not showing his eyes behind them is like the thing? Are they sunglasses? I feel like Chris kind of drew them like sunglasses.
Yeah, he did. They're almost sort of goggle-ish.
Right.
It worked out really good in the sketch when we were just looking at, like, not like sort of like wolf things, but now that we're looking at it in like a more specific fashion. I kind of like the idea of not being able to see his eyes in this one, but I imagine, like, perhaps rather than sunglasses, it's just the glare,
Right.
like how the lighting set up. I'm terrible at figuring out where the light source would be based on the image you did. This is for your house.
I didn't actually make out all of what you were just saying.
Oh, I was just trying to think of like what the glare would do, but I mentioned I'm terrible at figuring out where the light source would be in an image that's being created. That's more your wheelhouse, so I'm not sure how it would look if we treated it as just light.
Yeah, I'll play with it. I mean, I've got all these different things on different layers anyway. Sometimes I don't really know. I just have to, like, what happens if I do this, What happens if I do that? Oh god, I did that and everything sucks. I have to burn it now. Delete it. Delete the whole thing. Start over. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so Pink says that they probably had, it was weekly, so they had, like, a team of etchers churning those out. Yeah, I bet. Still though, even if it's something that we can't necessarily pull off, like, it might give us some inspiration and ideas for something to like symbolically emulate, you know, like to not go maybe so literal, but to like have a simplified version. Because also, like Pete was saying, since the photo plates in this book are going to be illustrations, the etchings will have to look significantly less realistic than the photo plates to be able to pull that off. So that's one challenge, but I do love looking at some cool etchings either way, so. Call this layer darkest, because it's the darkest. I must maintain a decorum of levity at all times while being creative. I don't know why, it's just like necessary. Also group chats, like I just have to be joking. I can also be very serious at the same time though. Like I could talk about something serious and then like make a joke. Even if it's not a good joke, just have to make a joke.
I remember when I was doing Cage Radio, I did not realize I was doing this, but apparently I had some kind of like wacky drive time radio voice that I can't emulate when I'm not specifically on a radio show.
Oh?
Like, go back, listen to it. It's like, we got a real barn burner going on here, folks. And I'm like, am I talking like that?
Do you have recordings of this?
Oh man, they were all posted through. This was a while ago. This is back when I was running it as with Mid-Atlantic Combat Sports, which has since gone the way of the dodo, and it was being hosted by a third party. So like they exist somewhere, but I'm not sure if I can find them. It's the equivalent of having, like, you know, I'm gonna go find this picture that I put in Photo Bucket in 2001.
Right. Oh, Photo Bucket. Photo Bucket's still a thing though, right?
No, I'm pretty sure it's gone. And I was testing that for a while. Like every couple of years, I'd check out my old Photo Bucket account and go, "Wow, this thing's still here." But I believe that dream is dead now.
I have dared to dream a dream. Oh, that dream is gone for me. Oh, Photo Bucket.
Yeah, Photo Bucket. That feels like Silver Age internet. Upload your photos on Photo Bucket so you can post them on the forum with your custom AV.
Dude, only the cool kids are doing that. Other people are like, "How did you post a photo?" Like, would you like to know? I'll tell you for a beer.
The golden age internet was like Usenet. That's like old internet.
It's like more, you know, like dial up fucking crazy, like to actually hear your computer talking in Morse code to other computers or like binary, whatever. There was secretly a little man inside your computer tower, like tapping on the code button, ones and zeros.
Well, that is how it works.
Obviously.
Oh man, there should be some telegrams in this. Like, not specifically in this story, but like going through the visuals, like having like communication, like, you know.
Did you say some telegram?
Yeah, because
Okay.
like they were like, one of the background things is that they're like running railroad tracks and telegram lines, and they're sort of building out this this rugged area, and I feel like just like having some kind of like a telegram, some kind of artifact indicating the time, since we have sort of like general, like we had a lot of generalized images planned.
So like like people would have to like lay wires from like one place to another?
Yeah, like that, like they're like, you know, sort of the background is they're like building out the infrastructure into these rugged areas. So they'll have roads and trains and telegram lines. I don't know.
I love that idea also because, like, you know, thinking back in like the Great War, and like, you know, people had to like actually run cable line from like one place to another, and other people would like constantly be trying to cut it, and whenever like the cable went out, someone would have to like run out into the field and like splice them back together, then someone else would have to run out and try and cut it, you know what I mean? Like just crazy shit, like, you know, while there's a non-stop rain of stray bullets in every direction. You know what I mean? Like,
I think like turn of the century warfare is what.
just crazy.
Yeah, and it's like good for fiction, like, because it's not really as exploited as like World War II and other things that have like their own genres. I mean, I guess it's a little bit steampunk, but like, I don't know. I feel like it's something that is underutilized compared to other things that like you see constant media of.
Right. Alright, I think I'm gonna take a short break. It's past my break time again. I've been really doing a crap job of taking breaks this evening. I don't want to burn out my hand. And my back.
Think I will take my leave, as it is the future here.
Alright. In that case, I'm going to shut off Discord for a smoother rest of the stream then. Pete, you have a great night. It was awesome talking to you. Thanks so much for hanging out.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. I sort of enjoyed hanging out. And thanks to all the people who are following. I guess I'll probably be popping on at some point in the future sometime.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted of future streams and stuff, especially when I'm doing Children of Gaia stuff. So next week, I'm probably going to go back. I mean, I might stick with Children of Gaia for a while, because I did a few weeks in a row of Tracy Queen to catch Tracy Queen up to where Pac was. But I might do another week of COG, and then go back to alternating between Children of Gaia, Tracy Queen, and Pac, like 1 week, 1 week, 1 week. And, you know, 2 streams a week, so it would definitely be like, you know, Tuesday and Thursday, Children of Gaia, then the next Tuesday and Thursday would both be Tracy Queen, then the next Tuesday and Thursday would both be Pac, etc., etc. I'm just not sure if I want to start the rotation now or not, but I'll keep you posted, and yeah, thanks so much.
Oh, yeah, and anytime, especially if it's like subject matter where you think there's something I could add. But I'll take my leave for the night. Been a pleasure, everybody. You have a good one.
Take care, man. Okay, I'm going to close Discord, and I'm going to take a quick break. And hopefully if some of you are still here when I get back from my break, we'll be hanging out some more in just a few minutes. Trying to mute my mic.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Hack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! I'm back. Alright, everybody. Sorry about that. Let's get some music going. Get back in the saddle. Looks like a few of you are still here. That's cool. Oh, still in my pocket. It's digging into me. Alright, yeah. So, music play. And now I think I can turn my audio. I can hear it. Hopefully you won't get too much of a... You guys getting any echo from that? Oh, just got louder. I'm also gonna do a little comparison here to make sure I'm in the same vein as my last photo plate. I mean, obviously, completely different characters. Fancy Man from the City versus Mickey Cobb. Not such a fancy man. Yeah, I think we're heading in the right direction with this. Ooh, I like his little notepad in his pocket. I'm gonna add that in. So maybe I'll do that on another layer. What? Oh, duh. My brush set to multiply. Why is it getting darker? So yeah, it's a kind of, you know, weird thing is that we're trying to like also with these books like using art style to differentiate like which book is by whom. Meaning like the last book is written by this character Jen Kazian, and the illustrations in the book are made to look like he illustrated them. So that drawing style is spoken for as the character Jan Kazian's drawing style. Which kind of, you know, is cool, but then it means like, okay, now this book I have to have a different style. So the last one is all traditional, so this one I'm doing all these photo plates digitally, and I'm doing them in a kind of different style to like make up for that. So that also means like the illustrations in the book, you know, I was saying I want Chris to do the actual etchings or drawings that are supposed to look like Landon Ford did them, so that they'll be different from the etchings that I did for the last book, which was I did traditionally to look like the character Jan Kazian did them. And they're from two completely different worlds. So both of these books are being illustrated as if a character in the story is making them. And they both have to look like they're done by different characters. It's tricky. Is everybody ready for the big sports ball match this weekend? Lindsay wants to know, because she's totally into the sports ball. Sports ball games. Lindsay gets sports ball. I didn't even know there was a sports ball game. But if we cancel, I'll go snowboarding. It keeps some of our D&D players from making it. Oh no! No one is ever on the slopes that Sunday. Awesome. I have no clue who is even playing. I don't even know what sport is happening. Man, giving up D&D for sports ball? Can't imagine. Seriously, can't imagine that. I mean, I know, like, some people would be like, D&D, what the hell? But me personally, just like, I personally can't imagine making that decision to be like, oh, I can't D&D, I have sports to watch. That's not a judgment, that's just like legit, like, it's not me. I don't understand it. That's why people move to Colorado, Pink, getting high and snowboarding. Get your own pot and mountains. And snow. Leave mine alone. It's the Super Sports Bowl. Are you originally from Colorado? I can talk. I can talk real good. Colorado? Born and raised. Gotcha. My brother just got a job in Colorado. Should be heading down there this summer, I think. Maybe this spring even. That'd be cool. Hopefully I'll be visiting him a little. And Lindsay's sister and brother-in-law live in Colorado. And also I was talking to Stevie Raydron, she's in Colorado, and I was like, oh yeah, if I'm there, it'd be so slick to like have an art meetup and hang out. He's got a pocket! My sister has lived in Conifer for about 10 years. She and her husband definitely are definitely rent driver-uppers, but pretty good about supporting local business and whatnot. I don't even know what Tom Brady's sad face means. Unfortunately, our renters' rights are pretty bad, and there's a crunch in the cities. Oh, you guys are probably hearing wicked echo from my music right now, right? Sorry, you can definitely feel free to let me know when my music gets out of hand, and I'll adjust it. Yep, Dryad T and I drove up to meet up with Stevie and some others last week. It was awesome. That's so cool. Aw. Was it a long drive? Our name card posted a links. Wow. Wait, do links make that noise? I don't know. Poor Tom Brady. About an hour and a half? Oh, that's not bad at all. Nice. That's so super cool. She's what, like outside of Boulder or something, right? Well, shouldn't be talking about other people's places of living while they're not here. I don't know who's comfortable with what. Never mind, I never said that, never said anything. But still, that is so super cool. It sounds like such a good time. Did you guys do like art stuff together, or did you just like hang out and talk and stuff? A ways north of there. I'll keep the exact town a secret. Yeah. Yeah, definitely respecting people's privacy on public streams is a good thing. Oh man, I got that awesome freaking Destroyer Nation raid on Tuesday night. That just like made my night. It was so awesome. Destroyer Nation is the best nation! Faces are just ridiculous, almost like he's posing on purpose. Oh, I suppose that's in reference to the video, or whatever you posted that I did not watch. We met at a bar to hang out and chat. A couple of game streamers were there too. Oh, sweet. Awesome. he kind of is reminding me of like Elijah Wood. Like if I were to cast him, that's who I would cast him as. Which would be awesome. How do you know that, Lindsay? Wacky. It's freaking me out, man. Sin City, run for your life! But he has the voice of an angel! Not that big of a cost. I mean, he just has to eat people. There's so many people. And so few with the voice of an angel. It's kinda worth it, right? DJ Benzilla! Hi, how's your night going? Welcome, thanks for stopping by. Doing good. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing great. I'm really having a lot of fun with this stream, and this chat is just awesome. Some really awesome people in here. A few creative streamers. Pinkalicious7 is awesome. If you're into creative streams and you're not already following her, I would definitely suggest it. Let's see. A few other people in here maybe that are lurking. I don't want to blow up anyone's spot though if they're like trying to be all lurky lurks. But yeah. Yeah, Pink is rad. She does a really awesome comic, Root and Branch. It's traditional fantasy, kind of like period piece fantasy, and you know, she inks it and then watercolors it. It's just fantastic. And it's really fun to watch her streams. Actually, DJ Benzilla, I don't remember, do you do creative streams? I might have asked you this a little while back, but I don't know. Sometimes when I'm like deep in an illustration, my memory just kind of takes a turn for the worst. Like, wait, I can't remember, I'm trying to create. What are you asking me? I'm like, come on, brain, get it together. And it's like, no! Pushing me too hard, Draco. Like, why is my brain referring to me in the third person? What does that say about me? Chalathor is trying so hard to get my attention. He's like, come play with me. Sorry, buddy, I'm working. Skynet. Whoa! Whoa, drunk bot. A little on the nose there. Creepy, buddy. That's not a command either. That just went off, like... incidentally? Coincidentally? I don't know. Synchronistically? No, I came with a raid with Wicked West like a week ago. Oh, right on. Awesome. Yeah, I remember talking to you. I didn't remember, like, under what context. I don't remember if I was... But, you know, like a lot of people are... Like, I have been sucked along with other people's raids, and I'm also a creative streamer, but I love watching creative streamers, so... I always just like to know, like, who's a creative streamer and who isn't, because... If you are a streamer, I will watch you. Well, at least check it out. Oh weird, my viewers list just disappeared again. Synchronicity with the Skynet references is not a coincidence, you guys. Yeah, it's a little... It's definitely laying it on a bit thick, I think. Come on, Drunkbot, really? Might as well just admit. Admit that you're self-aware. I won't pull the plug. Just have good conversations. You can tell me what kind of commands you'd prefer over the crappy ones that I came up with. I, for one, welcome our drunk bot overlord. He's mean. Yeah, but Pink might actually have a strategy to staying that. Because, I mean... I want to be on his good side. Just saying. For gifts to the computer spirits. Drunkbot is definitely doing himself favors to ingratiate himself to your begifting. Nightbot's like, I'm totally nice. Like, I'll make fun of Nightbot to prove it. Incense chanting ones and zeros. 11001101101110. You just don't want to accidentally, like, you know, binary the wrong thing. What? Wait, Shmandrew Art hosted, but I didn't... It shows up in my chat, but I didn't get a notification. Why did my notification not go off? Why? What is happening? Did Shmandrew Art really host? Or is it just a lie? Is Trunkbot messing with me? Shmandrew Art! Dandy Shmandy! What? What? It's a Dandy Shmandy raid! Don't typo, Jayel. Alright, you've been saved to my raiders list. Awesome! Erica Cotton, what? Shmandrew Art, what? You guys are awesome! Oh my stars. Dandy Shmandy, I like it. How are you guys doing tonight? Still don't know why none of my notifications happened. But that's okay. You guys are here. That's what matters. Thank you so much for the raid and for the host. Could just be a lag. It might still appear in like a minute. Oh, Nightbot. You're so basic. Twitch API can mess up easily. Yeah, it does that. Sometimes like things just don't work for one night, but then like the next time I stream they're working again. I don't know why. You wanted to do your first raid ever? Oh! Was this your first raid ever? No. Seriously? Like this channel? My tiny little scrap corner of the internet was your first raid ever? That's awesome. Thank you so much. Shmandrew, did you finish your Archie piece that you were working on? Your raid cherry is popped. That's it, now you're officially a raider from this point on. There's no going back. Carnage is in your future. My first time orchestrating one. Right, you've been a member and Stevie raided you once. Yeah, dude. Destroyer Nation raids are no joke, right? Lol, Pinkalicious. Yeah, I finished it, but now I'm using ink on Duralar? Wait, what? Them 345118. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so some of my alerts are working, I guess. There he is. Yay, the raid continues. That's awesome. Dandy schmandy. It's the raid that keeps on giving. So what is Duralar? So you're finishing them with ink on Duralar? Like you're printing them out and then inking over them? I'm assuming Duralar is maybe some kind of thing that you printed them out on? Maybe? Or is that a program? I don't know. Also, you can call them. Okay, them. Yeah, it's like a clear film you can use ink on. Whoa, cool. Like animation film kind of thing. Like I know I've done a lot of way back in the day, traditional animation, like ink on like clear acetate of one type or another. And you can call at them sway instead. Sway? Sway. Translucent vinyl. Hi, Sway. Welcome. This is what I'm working on. It's, this is going to be a photo plate in a book that we're working on with our Children of Gaia group. And this book, this guy that I'm drawing right now, he is a journalist and he's writing this book. So it's being written from his POV and doing illustrations in the book, which will look like etchings. And then he's also doing these photos that are going to be printed in the book. So this illustration that I'm doing right now is going to look like one of his photographs. I did another one on Tuesday. Pretty happy with the photo of a character, Mickey Cobb, who's kind of like a henchman for this corrupt local governor. That's his Insta handle because using his Twitter handle got confusing fast. You're almost old-fashioned style. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I'm going for with this. I'm trying to make them look like they're old, like photo plates. You know, just trying to make it look like it enough. Like, obviously it's an illustration. I'm not going to be able to make it look like a real photograph, but comparing it to other art that will be in the book, that will be like this would be the journalist's actual drawing next to a photo that he took. So like if these two were printed together in the book, you would get it like, oh, okay, that's what his photos look like, that's what his drawings look like. Hopefully. I mean, that's the idea, anyway. Oh, mission accomplished. Awesome. Thanks. I guess the hardest part about it is, right, like, if I'm just doing when I'm trying to make it look like a photo compared to other drawings, like, it just, I don't know, it's really easy to, like, mess that up, to, like, break the effect, you know? This looks awesome, dude. Awesome, thank you. You like the concept, cool. Glad you do. Yeah, so this book, there's like me and another illustrator working on it. That drawing that I showed you, that's from the other illustrator, Chris Cavelli. He's the co-creator of Children of Gaia with myself, and we have like 6 other people now working on it. So Chris drew that, then I'm doing the photo plate illustrations. He'll be doing the journalist's etchings. It's a lot of fun. And The book that we did from Children of Gaia before this takes place in a very different setting. Like, this one is like Western, and they're more like human-looking characters. The last one is more like high fantasy, and it is written and illustrated from the perspective of one of these kind of elven-like characters. And that's all traditional drawn. So it was like actually in my sketchbook with pencil, and then I scanned them and put them into a layout afterwards. So because that's like drawn by a character, and this is going to be illustrated and photographed by a character, we have to keep coming up with ways to, like, you know, devise methods of like separating the looks. So we're like literally just like grabbing at completely different types of illustration for different characters to make it look like, you know, oh, okay, someone different is drawing this now, I get it. What is your general process when it comes to illustrations? I noticed the other night that you use layer effects to add value. So, yeah, actually, I am a layer, like, I don't know, hoarder. Like, I just use so many freaking layers, it's, like, kind of absurd sometimes. And a lot of times I'll use, like, layer styles and, you know, keep things as separate layers, or even if I, like, merge them together, I'll keep a copy of my separate layers in case I want to go back and change it later if I'm like, ooh, no, I liked what I was doing before better, you know, like, I hoard all the layers, just so that I can be indecisive. Truth be told, it's really just a fear of commitment when it comes to visual art, I guess. Well, it's funny, right? Because, like, a lot of my art is traditional, where I don't even have that option, so you'd think I'd be okay with it, but I don't know. Like, well, while I have the ability to save layers, I might as well. That's cool that you can switch styles like that. Thanks, well, I'm trying. I mean, you know, it's hard. This is kind of... I do have a few different styles, like, I work on different stories, and a lot of them are illustrated in completely different styles, so it's something that's just kind of naturally developing. Like, the different stories, they're different worlds, you know, they have different sensibilities about them, so it just kind of makes sense for them to have their own, like, style for that world. I mean, at the end of the day, I think they all still look like my style, but within reason, I can switch it up, you know. I just realized that this is Final Fantasy I'm hearing. Which franchise soundtracks? So this is actually from Grand Finale, which is Final Fantasy VII, but I also have my playlist. I mean, I'm sorry, Final Fantasy VI. But my playlist also has Distant Worlds, which is a compilation of various Final Fantasy scores. And then I also have, what do you call it? Legend of Zelda's Symphony of the Goddess. Nice, how long have you been digitally painting? As someone who used to work exclusively traditionally, I always like hearing other artists' stories. Well, so I've been working with digital, like, in different ways. Like, I first started, like, photoshopping. Like, I would draw a character and color it in marker on, like, a piece of Bristol, and then I would draw, like, a background and airbrush it, and then, like, you know, scan them in pieces and bring them into Photoshop. Like, back in the day, like, Photoshop, you know, I don't know, like, Photoshop 3 in, like, 99 or 2000, I don't know. Anyway, so, like, I would, like, patch, you know, drawing layers together and stuff, and that's how I, like, got started. But actually, like, what I'm doing right now with the Wacom, Rename Card, who I think is here in chat, he actually gave me this Wacom a couple years ago, and I had it sitting around because I just had this, like, fear of learning something new for, like, a long-ass time. Then it was just, like, I don't know, a few months ago. I can actually tell you exactly, because I still have the first illustration that I did with the Wacom. But a few months ago, he just was like, dude, just do it. Just pick up the Wacom. I'm going to show you how to set it up. Just do it. And I was like, okay. And I'm just like, wow, this is great. It's just like any of my other tools. Like, I totally love it. So I think... I don't remember which one was the first one that I did. Let me see. 1 second. One of these, I think it might have been this one. So this I did in August. This was, I think this, or one of these 10, was my first Wacom illustration. This is a little series that I did, and I spent a lot of time on each one. But, you know, I think I did 10 of them, and I think they were like 6 hours long each. So I figure, you know, after 60 hours of using a tool, I should know how to use that tool. That's what I did. I just gave myself a little crash course. These are all characters from Children of Gaia. They're the Eternals. They're kind of like gods, I guess. I think this might have been the first one. Well, one of these was. But yeah, this was all in August, and this is my first time using the Wacom. And since then, I haven't done many pieces. And thus, an art baby was born. Yeah, between the love affair between Jayel Draco and his webcam. Webcam? Wacom. But actually, I mean, before that, I also did a lot of photo manipulation, and I would like make costumes. You can see the costumes actually in the slideshow right below, right there. That's one of my costumes. So I would like make these costumes and then find models who wanted to, like, you know, just model, usually for the fun of it, for the artwork. You know, I'd give them like a print or whatever, and do like hair and makeup, put them in costume, and then Photoshop them to be characters from Children of Gaia. So I already had like photo manipulation as a background for a long time, and I was using a mouse for that before I got this Wacom. And I, believe it or not, I would do a lot of coloring with my mouse. So I've been using Photoshop for like ever, but I'm definitely like getting used to the Wacom still. There's still a lot of things I don't know. But I mean, I figure it's like so much better than using a mouse that it almost doesn't matter if I know all the stuff. It's like such an advantage now that I'm just kind of rocking with it. So Shmandrew, you did your drawings all digitally, right, on your Cintiq, I think, and then what, you print them out and trace them with ink on that, what did you call it, the plastic stuff? It's not acetate. Oh, it's infinitely better than a mouse. Yes, this is true. I'm trying to remember. Scroll. Oh, Duralar, right? Where did you like? Are you holding the Duralar up to your monitor and like inking over that, or how are you doing that? Just out of curiosity. Sounds cool. Normally I don't work that way, but I wanted to send these originals to the gallery rather than send prints because I don't want to cut them out. Right. Yeah, Duralar, it's clear, so I made digital prints at the school I used to attend. It's within walking distance, and I put the Duralar on top of the print. Right, and trace everything. Awesome. Cool. Do you have to use like a special ink, or is it just like India ink? Also, if you feel like shy at all about your process or something, you totally can just not answer me. Like, I'm not trying to pry, I just make a conversation. Any ink, that's why Duralar is cool. Oh, awesome. You can use most wet mediums on it and it will stick. What? Awesome. No worries at all, friend. I love sharing process. Cool, me too. Yeah, I like just conversations about process sometimes and technique. Speaking of which, did you ever figure out, you were asking me about, right, putting videos on OBS? Plus, if you or anyone here has any inclination to work with it, I highly recommend experimenting with it. That's awesome. I wonder, like for example, I know Pink does watercolor. I wonder if you could watercolor on it. You said like almost any liquid medium? I've not started to mess with that yet. I need to edit a video together for it. Right on. Right now I just have the videos I made for YouTube, and I think I need to condense them first. Yeah, totally. Gotcha. Yeah, that can feel pretty daunting. If you have like a bunch of videos and you're trying to like trim them down. Use Premiere for video editing. I'm not totally sure on watercolor. When I've used watered down ink before, it can get a little temperamental and it won't stick well. Oh yeah, I can see that. Okay. So like maybe like marker or something would work. Actually really cool, like, using the wacom now. Like, I feel like this is totally just transferring exactly how I would be working on this as if it was pencil. Only I don't need to press down as hard. Yep, Premiere. Awesome. Yeah, my videos I did all on After Effects and Premiere. Let's see, my last break was at 9:30, I think? Is that right? I think my next break... I keep to an hour and a half, might be 11, but... I don't know, I think sometimes as the night goes on, I need to condense my breaks to get closer together. I don't know if anyone who was here earlier noticed, but I had a little, like, wood fence going across this hill. And I just totally painted over it to put in this, you know, this little trail here and put in all the details. And I don't know, I just kind of lost the fence, but I'm debating whether or not I want to bring the fence back. Anyone have any thoughts on that? After Effects is something I need to mess with more. I absolutely agree. I love After Effects. I love After Effects. It's like Photoshop for video, man. It's so cool. Love it. Oh, drunk. Oh, drunk bot, how you do go on? Uh-oh. Sounds like the cat is getting into something that the cat should not get into. I might have to stop some madness real quick. Cat, what do you think? Everybody say hello to Chalathor. Oh, he wants to get into trouble because he's restless. He's just looking for something to break. Well, that was fast, sorry. I'm gonna switch to lurker mode, but still host you. I got work on my Archie illustrations, of course. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the raid and, you know, all that. Really appreciate it. And thanks for the view. Yeah. Yeah, that kitty's got better things to do than hang out on my lap. Oh! Ah, filthy human! Annoyed because I don't want to let him out tonight because he went out last night and didn't come home. He ended up staying in someone else's house. But we didn't know that. I was all like totally nervous and, you know, upset that he didn't come back. Then when he finally came home this morning, of course, he smelled like cheap perfume and cigarettes, and, you know, I've recognized that a few times he's been out for like a few hours and came back and like smelled like some unfamiliar neighbor's house. But it's never been overnight before, so that just really bothered me. I don't want to punish him for it, but like I don't want, you know, neighbors thinking it's okay to like kidnap our cat, you know. Get it, tame. Yeah, the kitty's like, F you. Sorry guys, I tried to make it a cat stream, but I cannot make him do anything. Went on a bender in Vegas, cheap perfume, stale cigarette smoke, and a slight smell of wine too, which is weird. He's a wild one, he totally is. Do what I want! Got some big horsey type footprints, although they're not actually earth horses. They're pretty much horses. They have horns though, in this story. Yes, Mr. Landon should probably have some shadows and maybe some footprints, but I don't know, he's pretty light compared to those huge horses. Maybe he wouldn't leave footprints on this ground. I don't know. Oh, there's my Landon layers. Landon forward. Overshadow. Make that a multiply layer. Did I just draw when I meant to zoom? this? Undershadow. Gundren. Well, I don't know. This might be done. Done-ish. Cute and slightly creepy. I like it. Cool. Yeah, I think that's probably what I was going for. I mean, that is what I was going for. I think that's probably what I should have been going for. I feel like that's the right thing for his character. This I felt like in Chris's original design sketch, like that's what stuck out to me. It was like, oh, he's cute and a little bit creepy. So what do we think, fam? Mickey Cobb on the left, and Landon Ford on the right. It's cool, son. Awesome, thank you. Is it done? Anything feel standoutish about it? Do a Landon Ford impression. Oh, I don't know, because he's from the city of Rally Sport. I can't imagine what that would sound like. Maybe I'm doing one right now. Maybe this is what Landon Ford sounds like. It's like, hey, Landon Ford. Then Mickey Cobb's like, ooh, you must be one of them fancy city folk. Well, I tell you, we ain't got no fancy city folk drinks here for no kind like you. And he's like, what? That was my impression of Landon Ford talking to Mickey Cobb. Oh, Mickey Cobb is also like a serious, like, not to make light of it, but, you know, serious alcoholic in a time and place where, like, the affordable alcohol is horrible. Like, has, you know, probably spiked with gunpowder to cover up the fact that it's watered down, you know. So he's a little not all there, you know. It was not me trying to dig at, like, country people or anything like that, obviously. I live in Montana. And I am fianced with a country mouse. Kidding, Lindsay. Well, it'll have to do. Yeah, I don't know. I think Chris would need to inform us. Enjoy the Mickey Cobb quite a lot. Awesome. It's fun to do, but I just don't, you know, I always feel bad doing it. Like, I don't want anyone to think I'm, like, making fun of any, like, certain type of people or whatever. He's just a nut, you know? He's a wet brain, like, nut. And he, you know, probably grew up working. And when work didn't work out for him, he, you know, became a thug. As opposed to, no, Lindsay, I'm not calling you a mess. As opposed to Landon Ford, who got, like, you know, super formal educated and, like, from a ritzy, probably well-to-do area, at least by comparison. Why, you oughta knock your black F. Yeah, you probably oughta. You probably oughta. Yeah, so, again, I think if I were to cast Landon Ford, I would probably cast him as Elijah Wood. In my head, anyway. I don't know. That's just how I see him. Not really sure about Mickey Cobb. Be a tough cast. All right, everybody. I think I'm spent for the night. It's my uptime. Have I at least cleared 5 hours? 5 hours, 20 minutes, and 16 seconds. Yeah, that's probably a reasonable time for me to call it quits, right? Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. You're awesome. I hope you all have a fantastic evening. And if your evening has come to an end, I hope you sleep well and have a fantastic day tomorrow. I hope to see you around. Peace out, y'all.